likeness. I do have, as I indicated before, some instructions that we will start out with. I will be reading them to you because every word of them is important. They are written by the Florida Supreme Court. We are going to make sure you have your pads and pens, and there's actually an instruction on that. But I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to turn on my microphone so I don't have to shout when I read. There's only a couple pages, but I'm going to read you the preliminary instructions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Matthew Terry. This is a criminal case. Matthew Terry is charged with first-degree murder. The definition of first-degree murder will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Matthew Terry in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number has been provided to you. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would result in the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections that they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, or what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences do occur, they will be conducted as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you do take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. That is all of the instructions. I'll turn off the microphone. and let you know that I would like for you to take your pens for a quick test drive and make sure that they are in working order. We recycle our pens, and at some point they run out of ink, so we're going to make sure that all of them are starting off working. I want to also let you know, I see one of you having to shake your pen. You need a new pen? We'll get you one, right? See, that's perfect. Thank you for that. Also, if they run out, if your pen runs out or stops working for any reason during the proceedings, don't be shy. Don't hesitate. Raise your hand. Get my attention or the bailiff to your right's attention. He's got a full supply of them over there. We've also got more notepads if you need them. So as the bottom line, don't be shy. Get our attention if you need something. With that said, I'm going to turn now to the state and ask if they are ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's Saturday, May 28th. It's just a bit past midnight. It's rapidly approaching 12:30 in the morning. Kay Baker is lying face on the ground in the yard of her neighbor. With every beat of her heart, her life is ending. Kay Baker has suffered a grievous, severe wound to her neck, one that starts to the right side of her chin and wraps almost 180 degrees around her neck to just past her ear. It has severed her carotid, her jugular, and her voice box. Blood is literally pouring out of her onto the ground, and the seconds are ticking closer and closer and closer to her death. As that's happening, a gentleman named Jonathan Figgins, who lives at 6211 Kite Ridge Drive, is on the couch. He's been watching TV, he's dozed off, and he hears a noise outside. He describes it as a thud. Says he hears a noise like a person in pain, a female voice. It is loud enough to rouse him from his sleep, and it startles him so much that he thinks it's his daughter upstairs who's in bed. So he runs up the stairs trying to find his daughter to make sure she's okay, and she promptly tells him, "Everything's good, Dad." Then he starts trying to figure out, what is this noise? He steps outside, and there he finds Kay Baker laying on the ground. She has already been attacked. She is bleeding out onto the grass of the neighboring home, 6209, the piece of grass that runs between Mr. Figgins' home and his neighbor. At first, he doesn't even realize what's going on. Kay Baker is so thin of frame that he initially thinks she's a teenager. He thinks that she's passed out because she's drunk. But when he walks over and he sees the pool of blood rapidly expanding beneath her on the ground, he realizes that something is wrong. Something is deadly wrong. About that same time, Mr. Figgins' wife, Ruth, who was asleep in bed, heard her husband yelling to the daughter, doesn't know what's going on. She comes outside. She sees exactly what's going on too, and she calls 911. And now law enforcement is on the way. But while that's happening, as they're waiting for law enforcement to arrive, Douglas Hicks, who lives at 6209, the neighboring home, the one on the other side of where Kay Baker is laying, he's heard a noise too. He was inside his home. It's 12:30 at night. He's up with his son. They're playing video games. They have the TV going. They've heard some strange noise too. Douglas Hicks will tell you he's heard some kind of movement outside, and he's heard the sound of maybe someone gasping or being out of breath, some sort of pained expression. And he too comes outside, and now he finds Kay Baker just as well. As all of this is unfolding, right about the same time, Jonathan Figgins hears the sound of movement in the backyard. You see, Mr. Figgins' home has a 6-foot-tall privacy fence around the backyard. but Mr. Hicks at 6209 does not. And so from where Kay Baker is, you can run straight into the backyard of 6209. And as you'll discover, Kay Baker lived at 6207, just the other side of Mr. Hicks's home from where she's found dead. And that backyard also doesn't have a fence, and so you can freely move from where Kay Baker is into the backyard of 6209 and into 6207. And Mr. Figgins hears a noise coming from the back area. Again, remember, he thinks initially when he first starts all of this, he thinks it's a teenager passed out in the yard drunk. So when he hears the noise, he initially thinks, oh, it's probably other kids, they're back there drinking or whatever. But when he realizes that this is not just some teenager passed out, he tells his wife to go turn on the light because now they're concerned that somebody's moving around in the backyard. And this is the scene that is unfolding as first responding deputies run up to the scene where Kay Baker is laying on the ground. By this point, her life has expired. Jonathan Figgins, Ruth Figgins, Douglas Hicks saw her in her last seconds of life. And by the time HCSO has responded, it's over. But still, they make a valiant effort. The first responding deputy, Deputy Ellis, runs up. She finds Mr. Figgins over the body, still trying to provide life-saving efforts as directed by 911. She takes over and she tries to provide CPR, pumping the chest, giving chest compressions, but it's no use. In the meantime, her partner, Deputy Strahan, has responded, and he hears Mr. Figgins comment that there's a noise coming from the backyard, or there was a noise coming from the backyard. And so immediately, Deputy Strahan starts to walk up the side of 6209, along the privacy fence to 6211, and immediately starts to see drops of blood on the ground leading into the backyard of 6209. And now they know that there has been some sort of movement. Somebody moved at some point. It either came from or it went into the backyard. So you'll hear from Deputy Wesley King, who along with Deputy Strahan and along with Deputy Ellis and other members of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, they begin walking around trying to figure out what's going on. They're not going to walk into the backyard of 6209. They know there's blood on the ground. They don't want to contaminate the scene. So they walk to the other side of 6209, looking to see if there's any evidence over there, and there they find the side of Kay Baker's home. And a window to a child's bedroom is open. The blinds are pulled up, and the screen that keeps the mosquitoes out from every Floridian home has been pushed out of the window and is on the ground. This immediately gets HCSO's attention. They're starting to figure out something is going on, but they're not quite sure what. So you'll hear how Deputy Strahan and Deputy Ellis go and move to guard the front door of 6209 because they don't know what's going on. They don't know if there's other people, the attackers, wounded, whatever the case may be, who might be inside 6209. And you will have a chance to watch the body cam footage. You will see Deputy Ellis first respond and find the body of Kay Baker as she was. You'll see the footage of Deputy Strahan first finding the blood on the ground. You'll see the footage of Deputy King finding the open window, and you will see the footage of as Deputy Strahan is standing guarding the front door, he realizes the front door is cracked open ever so slightly. The front door to Kay Baker's home is not fully closed. He tells his supervisor organizes a team of deputies, and they make entry into the home fearing that there are more wounded inside the home. And you'll be able to see that body cam. You'll be able to see that as HCSO came inside the house, there is nobody inside that home. You will see them go room to room. They check the kitchen, they check the garage, they move into the master bathroom, the master bedroom. And then what's left is a hallway on a split level floor plan that leads to the two children's bedrooms and the bathroom that children would normally share in common. And so the deputies start clearing the rooms. They clear the first child's bedroom to the left. That turns out to not be the room with the window that's open. They clear the bathroom. They look behind the shower curtain. There's nobody inside. But when they turn around and they start to walk out of the bathroom, the first thing they realize is the door frame to the bathroom is completely splintered and cracked. indication that somebody had kicked in the bathroom door at some point, completely damaging the door frame and knocking the lock loose on the door. Right next to that door, that damaged bathroom door, is the last child's bedroom, and that door is locked from the inside. Not knowing what to expect, HCSO kicks in that door. They go into the room looking to make sure there's nobody else injured, and they discover that that room is empty as well. But just as they saw it from the outside, window open, blinds pulled up, screen pushed out. At this point, they realize that 6209 Miss Baker's home and Miss Baker are connected, and obviously this is all tied together somehow. So things start to slow down. They set up a crime scene. They call up their crime scene investigators. They assign the detective who will process the scene on behalf of HCSO, and you will hear from those individuals. You will hear about how they came out. They took initial pictures of the scene where Miss Baker is. They take pictures of the backyard, and they start noticing blood everywhere. There's blood in the backyard. There's blood on the walls of 6211. There's blood on the walls of 6209. There's blood in the area where Kay Baker has fallen. They also realize that parked in front of Kay Baker's home is a silver car, a car that is ultimately determined to be the defendant's. Because as it turns out, you will learn the defendant and Kay Baker were in a relationship. They had been dating. He was living with her, and as I'll tell you in a bit, they had been together that evening. But at the moment, he is nowhere to be found. You'll see how HCSO went inside the home. They started documenting the inside of the home. And you'll see that Kay Baker's home was largely kept pretty clean. The dishes were mostly all washed. The living room was still in fairly good shape. Bedroom was a little rumpled from where people had slept in a bed, but otherwise the home was clean. And so the broken door is certainly unusual. And while that's happening, other HCSO deputies are trying to figure out where that blood might have gone in the backyard. They've figured out enough to know that the blood now moves from 6209 into the backyard of 6207. And as it turns out, on the far rear end of both 6209, just like all the other homes there along Kite Ridge Drive, there is a thick set of bushes and underbrush, some trees. And so they go around to the other side of the bushes. They're now on Lithia Pinecrest Road. The bushes don't exactly back up, but are pretty close to right at the edge of Lithia Pinecrest. And so the deputies pull around, and there on the other side of the bushes, on the back side of 6207, they can see more blood. And they can see that someone has gone through the bushes and trampled them down in the process. So, now having a blood trail running along a main thoroughfare, HCSO says, let's call out the dogs. They bring out a bloodhound. And you will have a chance to see the dog as it tracks. You will watch the Deputy Polito, as he points to the spot on the ground where the blood that has been discovered is marked. And almost instantly, the dog takes off, walking parallel with Lithia Pinecrest, walking for roughly the distance of a football field in the complete dark. Every once in a while, a car goes by, but otherwise, there's nobody out in this area. And it tracks and goes and goes and goes, and eventually, Deputy Polito realizes that unexpectedly, there is now again a giant pool of blood on the ground. But there's nobody around, nobody visible. He's been following what is arguably little tiny drops, and now there's something about maybe the size of a dinner plate worth of blood. So they call in the helicopter. The helicopter has thermal imaging. It can see if there's people moving about. Remember, the deputies at this point are walking along the edge of what is really thick brush, tall bushes, trees. They cannot see exactly what's going on, so they fly the helicopter overhead. It goes to the area where Deputy Polito and his bloodhound are, and the helicopter, the observer, the guy working the camera, says, there's a spot on the ground, and I don't know what it is. You'll learn that water retains heat, and so a pool of water could look like a person just as much as a person can. He says, but there's clearly something there in the bushes, within feet of where they're standing. And so bloodhounds are not trained to apprehend suspects. They're not bite dogs, as you'll learn. So they switch to another dog. And a second deputy, Deputy Hall, with his dog and his body cam, goes into the brush. And not long after he breaks into the brush, just to his right, he realizes there's a person laying on the ground. Matthew Terry. Matthew Terry is laying down in the darkness, in the bushes, concealed to some degree by tall grass. He is wearing a shirt and a pair of underwear and nothing more. He is instantly taken into custody. Law enforcement notices that he has 2 wounds to his neck, almost symmetrical, just on the other side of his windpipe. They arrest him, and you'll be able to see him. You'll be able to see him as he was when he was found. Shirt, underwear, wounds to his neck, nothing more. The defendant is also photographed. He's photographed both at the scene, before he's taken to the hospital, and then photos are taken again when he's at the hospital. And what you will see is he has no injuries to his face, no injuries to his legs. He has some thin lines running down his arm, long lines running down his arm. But otherwise, he's uninjured. As part of the processing, crime scene takes a swab of the defendant's right hand for the presence of potential DNA. And as you can expect, we'll come back to that in not too far in the future. So while that's happening, crime scene is still processing. They're taking photos of the victim, and eventually the victim is taken and an autopsy is performed later that morning. Dr. Ashley Perkins performs the autopsy, and you'll have a chance to hear from Dr. Perkins. She will talk to you about the things that happened during the autopsy, the observations that she made. You'll also hear about, as part of the autopsy, the victim's shirt, jeans, and nail clippings. They literally cut off portions of her fingernails, are all collected. You'll also hear how a swab is taken from the victim's neck to see if there's any DNA there that is suspicious. Simultaneously, crime scene is still working back at the home of Kay Baker. Inside the home, you'll see that they find a wire hanger, like a person might get from the dry cleaners. But for reasons that are not clear at the moment, the end of the wire hanger has been straightened out to make it long, a long, thin piece of metal. And HCSO, realizing this, looks at the door handles in the Baker home and realizes that the door handles that face out to, for example, the living room or the hallway where the bathroom was kicked in, have a tiny pinhole in the door handle that you could insert something long and straight and firm to try and unlock the door. And as they pay closer attention, they can see that the master bedroom door has been damaged too. There's a long, thin, vertical crack running down the side of the door, aimed directly at the locking mechanism. And on the floor of the bedroom, they find pieces of the locking mechanism from the master bedroom door. Now there's 2 doors that they've discovered have somehow been damaged. In that same area, they find a cell phone and a set of keys on a nightstand, keys that ultimately go to the defendant's vehicle, right next to a cell phone. They find another cell phone. That cell phone's in the kitchen. And you'll discover that that cell phone ultimately belongs to Kay Baker. But speaking of the kitchen, knowing that Kay Baker has suffered what the medical examiner will tell you is an incised wound, meaning a cut, or a stab wound from some sort of sharp object, HCSO takes the time to try and find every knife in the house. They go to the drawer with the forks and the knives, and they look at all the knives, and those knives all have sort of wooden handles. They look in the dishwasher, and there they find some more knives. These knives are black-handled. And then they look at the knife block in the corner of the kitchen. And they realize that 3 knives are missing out of the knife block. But 2 of those knives, steak knives, are sitting in the dishwasher. There's 1 knife missing. A 3.5-inch bird's beak paring knife is not in the block. And I will tell you now, a weapon in this case is never found. But certainly in that home, every knife that you would expect is there, except for this 1 3.5-inch bird's beak knife. Law enforcement is also now fully documenting all the blood in the backyard of 6209. And you're going to discover that there's blood going everywhere. There's blood that runs along the edge of 6209. There's blood that runs along the fence down 6211. So much so that when you go down the side of the fence that runs along 6211 facing towards 6209, and you get to the end of the fence where it faces towards Lithia Pinecrest, there's a bloody handprint on the fence. You'll be able to see the pictures of it. You'll be able to see the fingers. And so they swab that. They swab that handprint on that fence. And as you might expect, we'll come back to that too. But then there is blood moving through 6209 into the backyard of 6207. And in the backyard of 6207, you'll see there's a small little soccer goal. And there's like a jungle gym for kids to play on. And there is a trail of blood running directly from 6209 into 6207, headed directly towards the bushes in the backyard of 6207, just on the other side of where the blood was found by Lithia Pinecrest, and in the same place where the bushes were trampled down. And so you'll hear that samples of all of that blood is collected, but specifically some of the blood that's sitting on the net for the soccer goal is collected. And the actual leaf, the leaf from one of the bushes that has blood on it, right at the start of the bushes as you exit out of 6207 into the bushes, heading towards Lithia Pinecrest, that's collected as well. And we'll talk about all of those again in a second too. You'll also see that law enforcement took swabbings from the area in the immediate vicinity of Kay Baker. You're going to see an unusual looking arch of blood about a foot tall at the very bottom of the wall of 6211 Kite Ridge Drive, the home of Jonathan Figgins. It's a near perfect arch. They swab that. They collect that sample too. And so now we have samples of blood from all over. In the meantime, other deputies are trying to figure out if anybody has any information about any of this. No one has actually seen this attack. Does anybody know what might have caused it? And as it turns out, as HCSO is on scene guarding Kay Baker's home, her neighbor at 6205, Nicholas Calicochi, comes home. Mr. Calicochi works at a restaurant called The Landing, and he is one of the chefs. But he's also the neighbor of Kay Baker, and as you'll discover, they became something of friends. And he tells law enforcement immediately, well, Ms. Baker and the defendant were just together not too long ago at The Landing. They'd been there all night, drinking and eating food and having a good time with some friends. And then Mr. Calicochi says something really interesting. He says, while they were there, the defendant accused Kay Baker of dancing with another man. And there was some sort of like disagreement or argument. And so, as you might expect, HCSO says, well, who are all these other people that are at the bar that might know what happened? And so, they discover people like Kelly Andrews and her husband Sean Andrews and Tara Johnson, who were all at The Landing that night. And what they will tell you is that somewhere there that night, around 10 o'clock-ish, Kay Baker got up and went to the bathroom. And we have the video, so you'll get to see it, though there's no sound. You'll see the defendant almost immediately turns and watches his girlfriend go to the bathroom. And when she does, he decides to get up and he follows her. She goes into the bathroom, he goes into the bathroom. And after Ms. Baker has a chance to use the facilities, she comes walking back out. And as it turns out, her friend, Kelly Andrews, is coming walking towards the bathroom and having a good time, enjoying themselves. The two women have a short little dance party together. And when I say short, I mean it lasts all of maybe 5 seconds. As they see each other, they throw their hands up and kind of shake their hips and have a good time. And in that exact moment, some other patron in the bar, who is not a friend of any of these people, who is not with them at the bar, who just so happens to be walking to the bathroom at the same moment that Kay Baker is coming out and Kelly Andrews is going to the bathroom, he throws his hands up too. Doesn't actually dance with them. He just kind of throws his hands up and shimmies past them. And it's an exact moment. It's at that moment that the defendant is coming out of the bathroom and sees Kay Baker. And he goes back to the table. And you'll be able to see it. You won't be able to hear it, but you'll be able to see it. The defendant goes and sits back at the table with Sean Andrews. Kelly Andrews is still at the moment in the bathroom. And Kay Baker is talking with Nicholas Calicochi, who's off work at this point and sitting watching the football game. And the minute Kelly Andrews comes back, you'll be able to tell from the body language that she's telling the defendant that Kay Baker wasn't dancing with another man. You'll be able to see it plainly from her body language. But that doesn't dissuade the defendant. After being told by Miss Andrews that Kay Baker wasn't dancing with another man, you'll see the defendant get up, and he'll go over on video to Kay Baker. He brings her a drink. And initially, she regards him affectionately. They're standing close, they're laughing, they're talking, everybody's having a good time. They've got their arms around each other. And again, even though you won't be able to hear it, you'll be able to see the moment. You'll be able to see the moment the defendant turns, leans into Kay Baker, and her whole attitude shifts. And initially, they're talking, but you'll watch her. Kay Baker walks immediately to Kelly Andrews. The defendant takes the seat across from Kelly Andrews, and you can see the two women are now trying to convince the defendant that nothing was going on. Kelly Andrews was there, Sean Andrews was there, Tara Johnson was there, and they'll all tell you about this incident. They'll tell you what was said. They'll tell you what was happened since you can't hear it for yourself. You'll hear Tara Johnson say the defendant was getting upset at the thought that his girlfriend was dancing with another man. And at one point she tried to diffuse the situation and tell him, look, it's clear that Kay loves you. And it's clear that you love him because you're jealous. And in that moment, she will describe to you how the defendant's head whipped around and he says, I'm not jealous. I don't have anything to be jealous about. Eventually, the argument passes. The night proceeds. People go back to drinking, eating food, having a good time. And somewhere around 11:30, everyone is wrapping up to go home. It's just Kelly and her husband, Kay and the defendant. And it's on video. You'll see them leave, get in the car, drive away. And Kelly and Sean Andrews stay behind because they're waiting for an Uber. And within minutes of leaving the bar, you will see Kelly Andrews get a phone call. And she will tell you what that phone call is. She will tell you that what's happening in that moment is Kay Baker is calling her again because the defendant, now an hour and a half later, is still accusing Kay Baker of dancing with another man. Kay Baker is having to call Kelly Andrews to say, please tell him again I wasn't dancing with someone else. And she'll tell you she can hear the defendant in the background. She tells him to quit being stupid or something to that effect. And he says, okay. That's at like 11:48. A few minutes pass, and when that does, Kelly Andrews gets the last text message known to ever be sent by Kay Baker. It says, LOL, sorry for that, so dumb, all good now. That's at 11:56. That is within 30 minutes of Kay Baker being found dead in her neighbor's yard. The last person she is with is the defendant. You'll hear how law enforcement took photos of Kelly Andrews' phone to document the time of the call, to document the text message that she received at 11:56. And you'll hear how they also eventually got access to Kay Baker's phone and found the same text messages in Kay Baker's phone, confirming that the conversation happened. You'll hear that law enforcement made an effort. They went out multiple times to the area where the defendant was found and to the backyards. They took metal detectors. One detective actually wandered into the bushes and found a hornet's nest or a bee's nest and got stung by it trying to search that wooded area for any sign of the knife, but no knife was ever found. And you'll hear about how pictures taken of the defendant, you might remember that I mentioned pictures were taken by the defendant when he was arrested and when he was taken to the hospital, were sent to a Dr. Kelly Devers, who also works for the medical examiner's office, and they asked her, Dr. Devers, do you have any insight as to whether or not these wounds might be self-inflicted? Did the defendant injure himself? Is he the one who did this to himself? And I'll be very clear with you. Dr. Devers is not going to tell you that she's 100% certain the defendant inflicted his own wounds. She'll say it's possible. She'll say it's also possible that somebody else injured him. But you'll also hear her talk about what are called hesitation marks. Hesitation marks are things that typically occur on the neck of an individual or any other place where a person attempts to inflict a wound on themselves in pursuit of a suicide. And they put, for example, the blade to their neck, like they're going to cut their own neck. And then as they start to cut, they hesitate. And so you'll see that she'll point out to you that on the photos of the defendant, he's got hesitation marks on his neck. But that will further be confirmed when the state of Florida puts in the evidence from the records taken from the hospital at Tampa General where the defendant was taken. And in those records, you will see, I will point it out to you, where the defendant admitted that he self-inflicted his own wounds because he was trying to commit suicide. It's there in the records. You will see it. Now, in this case, the state of Florida ultimately has three elements that we have to prove in pursuit of a first-degree murder. The first is that the victim is dead. And you will see a stipulation that is executed between the state and the defense, and that fact will be a given. Kay Baker's dead. We all know that. The second one will be that the defendant caused it, and as we discussed in jury selection, the third element will be whether or not the murder was premeditated. Did the defendant have time to reflect? Did he consciously decide to commit this murder? And you'll hear, just as we discussed before, the law does not fix an exact period of time. But as we also discussed, you'll hear that the defendant being intoxicated, having had drinks that night at the landing, is not a defense to this crime. And so as you talk about and ultimately determine what happened in this case, I will ask you to pay close attention to the things that will indicate to you the premeditated intent. The state of Florida will ask you to look carefully at the number of wounds that Kay Baker suffers. The number of times a knife or some other sharp object had to be plunged into her flesh. Because it's not just one wound to her neck. It's two. She's got this long cut along her neck, but you'll see there's actually two cuts there. You'll see how there's another mark just below her neck where she's been stabbed. You'll see another mark to the right of her neck along her shoulder where she's been stabbed. You'll see that on the back of her neck, she's got this jagged, almost sort of lightning bolt looking cut mark along the back of her neck. She's been stabbed multiple times. She's been cut multiple times. It has severed her carotid artery, her jugular vein, and her voice box. It has damaged the structures of her neck. This is not a thin slice across the neck. This is a blade fully plunged and pulled across the flesh of a person's neck. Flesh that Ruth Figgins herself will tell you is so cut open that as she looked at Kay Baker in those first moments when she saw her, she could see the bones inside her neck. You'll also hear about what is called defensive wounds. And the state of Florida will be perfectly honest. Dr. Perkins will tell you that she cannot be absolutely certain one way or another if Kay Baker suffered defensive wounds or suffered offensive wounds, meaning whether her hands got injured using the knife or being attacked by the knife. But you will see those pictures. And I submit to you that at the end it will become clear to you that those are defensive wounds. Kay Baker was fighting for her life. She's getting injured on her hands, on her neck, front and back. She's got one on her face. And the defendant, by comparison, has only 2 marks on his neck that he admits are self-inflicted. But beyond that, I want to go back to the DNA, the swabs that I've been talking about. You'll hear how we eventually got what's called a buccal sample from the defendant, a swab that was taken from the inside of the defendant's mouth. You rub a big Q-tip, you collect the DNA, and now you can get the defendant's DNA profile. And that allows you to figure out whose DNA is in any given swab that was collected. And so you'll hear how on the victim's neck, there's only the victim's DNA. The defendant's DNA is not there, but nobody else's DNA is there either. You'll hear how on the ground at the edge of the porch of 6209 where Kay Baker's head falls, there's only her blood. It's not the defendant's, but it's also nobody else's. And then we get to that blood arch on the wall. And you'll hear how that blood is only Kay Baker's. All the blood immediately around Kay Baker is Kay Baker's. You'll hear how the fingernail clippings that were collected, how under Ms. Baker's right hand fingernails, there's the DNA of another person. That man. The man she fought with. You'll also hear on the side of 6209, there's blood spatter. And that blood is Kay Baker's and that man's. You'll hear that the chances of it being anyone other than Kay Baker and the defendant is 1 in 700 billion with a B. You'll hear how on the swab of the fence, remember that piece of the fence where there's the handprint facing Lithia Pinecrest? It's Kay Baker's and that man. It's their DNA. 1 in 700 billion chance of being anyone else. You'll hear about the soccer net, the blood trail leading towards the bushes running through Kay Baker's yard. It's that man. It's the defendant. It's only him. When you get to the leaf, as you start to break into the bushes, traversing through the bushes, heading towards Lithia Pinecrest, and what you'll come to know as red marker A, the evidence marker, red marker A, it's the defendant and that man. And you'll hear how on the defendant's own hand, his right hand, there's the DNA of 2 people. As you might expect, the defendant's DNA is on his own hand. But the other DNA on his hand is Kay Baker. You will hear all of that. As part of the testimony, the state of Florida will also call an individual by the name of Anna Cox. Ms. Cox specializes in what's called blood pattern expert, or a blood pattern analysis. She's an expert in blood pattern analysis. And so she can look at the patterns of blood, and she can tell you things about how that blood got there, whether it was dripping, whether it was cast off, whether it was just somebody bleeding, whatever the case may be. And there'll be a lot to talk about there, so I won't go into all of it. But what Ms. Cox will tell you is that blood arch on the wall on the side of Jonathan Figgins' home, that distinctive blood arch, she will tell you that in no uncertain terms, that is Kay Baker's blood. We know that by DNA. And that is Kay Baker's blood pumping out of her neck. She will explain to you how when your heart beats and constricts, the blood goes straight up your carotid artery, and if there's a giant hole in your neck, it shoots up because it's gaining pressure, and then as pressure drops, it shoots down. And so what she will tell you is that at some moment in this fight, Kay Baker is either laying on the ground her neck exposed to the wall but her back to the ground, or she is on her hands and knees, her face inches from the ground, when her neck is opened and her carotid artery sprays blood on the wall. There will be a lot to take in here. We'll approach somewhere in the neighborhood of 28 witnesses and over 60 pieces of evidence, photos, videos, physical items. We ask that you pay careful attention to all of these things and you listen to them, both the testimony that is given, but also the videos that are played. You look carefully at the photos. You contemplate the items that are put before you. It is the state's position that when you do all of those things at the end of this trial, one answer will emerge as the clear and obvious answer. It is that the defendant killed Kay Baker and that he did so in a premeditated way. That he chased Kay Baker out of the home. She is the person who fled out of the window. He is the person that would have had to come out the front door to chase her down and eventually catch up to her at 6209, one house over. That is the time when he is premeditating. That is the time when he is reflecting. And when you see all those things and you contemplate all those things, the state of Florida is certain that at the end of this trial you will return the only just verdict, which is guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to take a very short break before we turn to the defense opening statement by show of hands? All right. Defense ready to give your opening statement?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bradley, you may proceed.
Good morning. You all sat through a very long process of jury selection, and it took a week for us to pick you all. We started at 196 jurors, and now you are the ones that have been chosen to sit and be judges in this case. And that was for a reason, because you all were the ones that were able to make it through the process to guarantee that Mr. Terry and the state of Florida will be guaranteed a fair trial in this case. You agreed that you would be able to presume Mr. Terry innocent and require the state to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence and not just through speculation. The state came up here and told you about what they anticipate their evidence will show in the case. But you're the ones that are going to determine the true facts of what happened in this case. What the state says is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witnesses and from the testimony and exhibits that you're going to hear. And you all determine what are the true facts of what happened in this case. What happened to Kay Baker and who caused her death. They have to prove that to you. And you will not hear, as Mr. Diaz said, any witness that's going to tell you that they saw what happened to Miss Baker that caused her death. You're not going to see any kind of video that's going to show what happened that caused Miss Baker's death. You should listen to what the evidence is that's presented and what it means. This case is what we'll call a circumstantial evidence case. What it means is that there's going to be pieces to the puzzle that the state is going to, at the end, and as Mr. Diaz just did, try to paint a picture with those pieces. But you're to listen to all of those pieces critically and determine for yourselves what they mean. Pay attention to the evidence that's going to be at the scene and the evidence that's also missing. Pay attention to the blood evidence that Mr. Diaz talked about and to the injuries. Miss Baker's injuries and Mr. Terry's injuries. Pay attention to the areas that were searched and what was found. As Mr. Diaz stated, there was never a murder weapon retrieved in this case. The areas that were contaminated, how the first responders did respond, what their actions were, where they went, and what they looked for. listen to what the witnesses say when they're being questioned by the defense as well as what they're saying to the state. Remember that we are the ones that always go last. So we're asking that you reserve your judgment as you agreed to do and formulate your opinion at the end. Once you hear all of the evidence and you put all the pieces together and you hold the state to their burden in this case, you will find Mr. Terry not guilty of the murder of Kay Baker. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take a short morning break since it is almost 11 o'clock and I intend to release you for lunch sometime between 12 and 12:30. So now would be the appropriate time for our morning break. The morning breaks are usually about 15 minutes. I know there's a number of you and there's only one restroom back there, so if it takes more time, that's absolutely fine. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury. Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. There is one thing before we get started that I forgot to ask you this morning that I intend to ask you every morning when you return, and that is whether any of you, by show of hands, were exposed to any reports about this case outside of the courtroom between the time you left on Friday and the time that you returned on this morning. Anyone, by show of hands, exposed to anything, reports, discussions, or anything about this case? Thank you. Let the record reflect there are no hands. I will now ask the state to please call their first witness. Jonathan Figgins? Found my list. Microphone on? Mr. Figgins, good morning and welcome, sir. If you'll come forward through the gate, you'll come to where the bailiff is indicated and face me to be sworn in as a witness. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, sir?
I do.
All right, if you'll follow, thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff. Please watch your step. That chair is, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is fully adjustable. You may need to bring it down some. It looks like it's up high. You may proceed, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. Sir, please state your full name for the record.
Yes, Jonathan Ernest Figgins.
And Mr. Figgins, do you reside at 6211 Kite Ridge Drive in Lithia, Florida?
I do.
Is that in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
I want to talk with you about the very, very early morning hours of Saturday, May 28th, basically just after midnight. Do you remember being asleep at that time?
I was.
Where were you sleeping?
On the couch in my living room.
And just so the jury has a picture, if I was standing looking at the front door of your home, as soon as you go in through the front door, are you basically in the living room?
Yes, pretty much against the left wall.
Okay, and so if we were standing outside of your home looking at your front door, is 6209 to the left?
Yes.
And is that the wall that you're closest to when you're sleeping?
Yes.
So you were asleep. Had you gone to bed for the night, or what was the situation?
I think one of my daughters was sleeping with my wife in the big bed, and so I kind of got delegated to the couch.
All right. So you were passed out on the couch, and somewhere after midnight, approaching 12:30ish, did you hear a noise that woke you up?
Yes.
I want you to describe to the jury the noise that you hear as best as you can.
While I was sleeping, and basically I heard a loud thump, followed by a kind of a cry of pain, and I immediately thought that it was my daughter who was upstairs. So I got up, I ran to the stairway.
And let me just stop you a second. You describe a thump.
Yes.
Why does that make you think of your daughter upstairs?
It was a pretty heavy thump. To me, it sounded like someone fell off the bed or maybe fell off the roof or something.
You think it's somebody like falling out of the bed hitting a floor?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And you describe a pain sound. Do you have any recollection as to whether or not that voice sounded male or female to you?
To me, it sounded female.
All right, so that's why you're looking for your daughter.
Yes.
All right, so you get up and you go looking for your daughter who's upstairs in bed as far as you know. And do you ultimately discover where she is?
Yes, she's upstairs in bed, fine.
All right, so there was nothing wrong with her?
No.
So you've heard this noise, it's not your daughter. Do you start looking around trying to figure out where this noise came from?
Yes.
And do you eventually go outside of your home to the front of your home?
Yes.
And when you do, I want you to tell me what you noticed, if anything, when you went outside and looked around.
Yes, I exited my house, and I turned to the right, and between mine and the neighbor's house, there was somebody laying on the floor.
And you say the neighbor's home. Does that mean this person laying on the ground is between 6209 and your home at 6211?
Yes.
And they're laying on the ground. Can you describe the position of their body?
They were kind of angled down with the left shoulder up, right face kind of angled so that the feet were towards my house and head was towards my neighbor's house.
All right, so you're looking basically up the person from their feet towards their head?
Yeah, kind of angled in a way. So.
All right. And at that point, what did you think was going on?
I actually thought it was. I don't know how to describe this, but it's kind of like if you were having trouble breathing and you were trying to that kind of sound, and yeah.
Is that like a gasping or a wheezing then, based on the noise you made?
I would call it kind of a gasping, yeah. I mean.
All right. And so, what do you do at that point?
I went in. Well, the body was there. I tried to get their attention, trying to calm, see if anything was going on. I walked a little bit closer, and I saw a pool of blood. And so then I yelled back to my wife to call the cops, call the ambulance.
And this pool of blood, where do you see this pool of blood in relation to the person on the ground?
I was the head and neck area.
So there's a pool of blood basically right under the head and neck.
Yes.
So you go and tell your wife to do what?
Call the cops and call the ambulance.
And does she go and get a phone as far as you know?
Yes.
At some point while you're outside, and is your wife on the phone with 911?
Yes.
And eventually at some point, are you given instructions to try and like render aid?
Yes. Yes.
Do you try and render aid to this person?
I did. Yeah.
And so when you initially described them, you described them as laying on the right side of their face, their left shoulder is kind of up. Do you have to reposition them in any way?
I did. I had to take the left shoulder and kind of scoot them back so that they were fully on the back.
All right, so you take left shoulder and turn left shoulder now towards the ground, their face up.
Face up, yes.
And what, if anything, do you notice about this person?
There's a large gash to the jaw and neck area. So,
If I can prove. You may. Mr. Figgins, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this a photo of the person that you found that evening?
That is.
Or I guess really it's that morning.
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the face and neck of the person as you saw them when you rolled them over?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence State's Exhibit Number 1.
Other than previously discussed?
Same objection.
All right, it'll be admitted at this time.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish.
You may publish.
Mr. Figgins, on the TV there, is that the person that you saw when you rolled her over?
Yes.
Is that what she looked like with all of that substance, whatever that substance is, all over her face?
It is.
And just here, beneath the chin, is this the gash in the neck you were talking about?
Yes. Yeah, it was there and all the way up through the jaw.
Now, we can see here this person doesn't appear to be wearing a shirt and has like this white pad here. When you found them, were they dressed?
Yes.
They had a shirt on?
Yes.
And pants?
Yes.
At some point, did emergency medical people show up and start rendering aid?
Yes, I was told to do compressions and to hold a towel on the neck, which I did, and I did compressions until eventually the emergency medical people showed up. So.
Now, as you're there, out in front of your home, you discover this body, you realize something is more than what you thought it was, you start rendering aid, you roll the body over. Do you hear noises coming from anywhere in the vicinity?
Yes, actually, that was when I first saw the body and everything, and I was trying to find out what was going on. I heard a rustle sound from the back woods area. There's a small patch of woods behind my house.
And let's talk about that for a second. From where you're standing, where the body is,
Yes.
can you access your backyard?
No, I have a fence on my yard, but the neighbor's yard is open.
So there's a piece of property that is half divided between you and your neighbor, between your homes?
Yes,
And your piece of the half is fenced in, but his piece is not.
correct.
So from where the body was, could a person freely go back and forth into the backyard if they so chose?
Yes.
And is that where you hear this noise coming from?
Yes.
And I want to be clear. Do you think you hear the sound of the wind rustling through the trees?
No, it was certainly someone moving back there or something, but I did tell my wife to go and turn on the light and make sure there's no one in our backyard.
And did you see anybody when lights turned on?
No.
Did you ever hear anybody again after lights turned on?
No.
When law enforcement arrived and took over and then, started assuming custody of the scene, at some point did they talk with you?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the fact that you had heard a noise in the backyard area of your neighbor's home?
I believe so, yes.
And at any point did they ever ask you if you have any sort of cameras on your home that would film the outside?
They did.
Do you
yeah.
have cameras?
We do.
Could you tell me about them? Do they record?
They're very cheap, but probably could have gone a little bit more expensive with those, especially now. But they only record, I guess, when you tell them to, which is kind
So
of
you'd have to
pointless.
physically go and activate the camera to record?
Yes. Yeah.
It's not recording as
All
a
the
general
time.
rule?
Correct. Yeah. I guess it's arming them, or however you want to put that. So.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Figgins.
Good morning.
When you heard this noise at first, it was just sort of a thud, something you didn't even really recognize what it was?
No, it was a loud thud, enough to wake me up anyway, and the sound of winds of pain or a yell of pain or something like that. It sounded like someone got hurt. And
when you heard that noise, you actually thought it was coming from a different area, from upstairs where your daughter was?
yeah.
When you realized it wasn't your daughter, you started to look around for where that noise might have come from, right?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, it had taken you a little while to try to figure that out, right? And you described it before as being as much as 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, could have been 3 minutes until I went outside.
Okay. Once you got out there, you indicated that you found Ms. Baker. While you were tending to her and trying to help her, did you end up getting blood on your hands or on any part of you?
I believe so, yes.
And that was simply in trying to help her, not trying to hurt her, right?
Correct.
And when that happened, that's when you heard the noise in the woods, right?
No, this was, the noise came pretty much after I saw the body, and I still thought it was a drunk teenager at that time, and when I heard the rustle, that's when I told my wife to go turn on the lights, and then do that. So it was more towards the opening. It was before I even knew that the person was severely hurt.
Okay, so it was more towards the beginning when you heard the rustling.
Yes.
And that's a great word you just used, rustling. So it could have been like rustling from trees, and really you described it before as it could have really been anything in the woods, right?
Yeah, I didn't know. So.
And if we were to speculate that it was a person, it could have even been 2 or 3 people, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Sure, could have been absolutely anything, right?
Sure.
Now, the road that you described, Lithia Pinecrest, that's behind your house,
Yes.
it's a pretty big road, right?
Yeah.
Lots of people travel on it all times of the day, right?
Yes.
And even though I know we've described it as woods that's between your home and Lithia Pinecrest, it's not that wide. It's something that could be walked through in seconds, right?
Yeah, it's only a 2-lane road, so yeah, it's not very big.
Okay, and that wooded area is not big.
Oh, no, it's probably about the same width as the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect description. So just about the same width as a two-lane road,
Correct.
1 lane on each side.
Yes.
Something that could be walked across in just seconds
Sure.
by anybody going through at that time of night, right?
Yes.
Could I just have a moment?
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Mr. Figgins, when you heard the noise, bushes in the trees, were you concerned that it was a person?
Yes.
Did you tell your wife to go turn on the light to try and?
Make sure. Yes. Make sure there's no one else in the yard.
Thanks, sir.
Release or subject to recall?
He's released.
And by the defense, released?
Release.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Ruth Figgins.
Ruth Figgins. Miss Figgins, good morning and welcome, ma'am. He'll come forward to where the bailiff is indicating, and please raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, the microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Looks like it might be high, so you might need to bring it down a little bit. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. If you would, please state your full name for the record.
Ruth M. Figgins?
Are you the wife of Jonathan Figgins?
Yes.
And do you and your family reside at 6211 Kite Ridge Drive in Lithia, Florida?
We do.
Is that here in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
I want to talk with you about the early morning of Saturday, May 28th, somewhere just before 12:30 in the morning. Do you remember being awoken from sleep?
Yes.
What was it that woke you up?
My husband calling up to our older daughter and asking if she was okay.
And did your daughter at some point indicate she was fine?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, did your husband do after he checked on your daughter and made sure your daughter was okay?
He said, well, who's yelling? Or who's screaming?
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he said something in the line in regards of then who was that or what was that? And he said, and there it is again. And he ran out the front door, and shortly after, not even 15 seconds, he screamed for me to call 911 that someone was hurt.
And did you pick up the phone and start calling 911?
Yes.
At some point, did you get up and go outside to see what it is your husband had found?
Yes.
And what did you see?
I found I found my husband standing on a section of our porch looking over at who we found out later that it was Kay Baker.
Do you know Kay Baker?
I've only met her once.
Does she reside at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive?
Yes.
Basically 2 houses over from
Yes.
yours. When did you meet her?
Just maybe about 2 weeks before.
All right, so this is May 28th, so middle of May?
Not the very beginning of May, but the early middle part of May.
And what was the occasion that you ended up having a conversation or meeting her?
I was speaking with another neighbor as I was walking my dog, and we were talking about how our majority of our small neighborhood, maybe 75 houses, all got nasty grams from the HOA. If you live in an HOA, you know if you get a violation letter, some same neighborhoods call them nasty grams, some, bill grams or whatever, but we call them nasty grams. My neighbor Casey said, oh look, Kay got one for her mailbox, let's go over and talk to her, and that's when I met Kay.
All right, and so you discovered the owner-occupant of 6207 Kite Ridge?
Her, but I knew she lived there.
Okay, fair enough.
Start at 1:30. Anything from the defense?
Not unless they want to go over the photographs for this afternoon.
Well, I encourage you all, if there's anything to expedite things,
I showed them the photos for crime scene technician Janicek. They agreed to most of them, but Ms. Perry had an objection to a couple of them.
is that something you want me to weigh in on now, or you want to continue to talk?
I'd rather do it right now so I can finish marking these photos.
Okay.
Your Honor, the photos that are in question are going to be from the testimony of CSI Janicek. One of the items that are shown in the photos are a bathroom curtain for the shower that actually deputies pulled down. So I took out the photographs and just marked them with a sticky that showed that, because that disarray wasn't actually there. That's something the deputies caused. What they want out of the bathroom photographs is shown in a separate photo that doesn't have that issue in it, and that is damage to the bathroom door. There's some wood that's splintered. So they can get in what they're trying to get in without the objectionable pictures. I did not have that one marked as being objectionable. I would ask the court to have them remove the ones that show disarray that was not there when the deputies went in.
Your Honor, we are not in any way going to suggest that anyone other than the deputies knock down the shower curtain rod and the shower curtain. We're putting in body cam video that will show that the shower curtain was fully up and in the correct position when deputies first entered it. We are at no point going to do that. I just want to have shots of the bathroom overall to show the bathroom is not disturbed, other than the broken door.
Well, and the ones that they've objected to is where the curtain is no longer up.
Yes, Your Honor, I can show you the photos
Yeah.
if you want to see
And
them.
how do you anticipate that the deputy is going to testify when asked whether that's the same or substantially same condition? Wait. And let's for the record, well, they're not marked.
Yeah, I have it marked.
They're the ones with the yellow tabs, though, that Ms. Perry has indicated she has objection to, and there's 4 of them.
Correct.
Judge, that's my witness, and the witness is going to testify that those photographs accurately depicts the condition after they were clearing the residence, and part of the process of making sure that there's no one else in the residence is to pull back that curtain to see if anyone's hiding behind the shower. So he's going to fully explain, he's the one that he did it, but this witness is going to testify about what he did, which explains the condition of that.
Well, and it's more than pulled down. It's actually knocked down. The rod is on the floor, and the curtain is.
Right.
However you want to describe it.
But
that's
we're
what it
putting
is.
in the body cam. You will literally see Deputy Strahan run into the bathroom. Like as he first runs into the bathroom, you can see the shower curtain is fully up.
Okay, what's the objection?
They're irrelevant. They don't show anything that's at issue. Additionally, Your Honor, even though the body cam might show what is more appropriate and accurate, we don't know what the jury's going to be looking through during deliberations. Photos are easier to look through than replaying body cam, and they could get the wrong impression that that disarray was caused by some sort of argument. There was absolutely nothing in that house that shows any argument occurred that night, except for what the state's arguing about the damage to the door frames.
Let me see the other photographs.
The other photos are of the door frame.
What are they, of the bathroom? Yeah, this is exactly. So how are some photographs of the bathroom relevant and some photographs of the bathroom not relevant?
That photograph, Your Honor, is the one I would submit is all that they need. It shows the damage without showing a curtain that's pulled down and make it look like there was some sort of argument.
I appreciate Ms. Perry deciding what I need, but I'd like to have photos of the entirety of the
Okay,
bathroom.
we're not
Well,
gonna do
then they have to
that. We
use
can
what's
make
relevant.
objections, we can respond to objections, but personal comments going either way is not gonna happen. I'm not gonna allow it, okay? Now, so it's not necessarily relevance, but you're contending that it's somehow misleading because the situation with the curtain is not as it was when they found it.
Yes, Your Honor. The legal objection is that it is irrelevant, unduly prejudicial, and confusing to the jury because it suggests something that they argued during their opening, some sort of argument occurred that night, even though they may try to have their witness explain that, oh, we're the ones who caused that disarray. The jury's going to have those photos and may be looking at them and forget that testimony, may not go back and actually replay the body cam. They may concentrate on this. They have evidence that shows the exact situation, the frame, in a manner that isn't irrelevant and unduly prejudicial, and they just want to put in additional photos just because. It's also cumulative.
Okay, I think as long as the witness who the photos are being introduced through thoroughly explains that those pictures reflect what happened after, as Mr. Dirks has indicated, that he's going to actually testify that he moved and knocked down the curtain, that is in fact sufficient, so I'll overrule the objection.
Judge, I would ask these to be specifically labeled and marked so that the objection can be preserved. Right now, they are not labeled with any numbers.
I would agree. Mr. Diaz, I've ruled that they're coming in.
Yes, sir.
Once they're marked and we come back, let's put on the record, unless you can do it right now and tell us exactly what.
I'm going to be working on it now.
Okay, so when we come back, we will put on the record exactly which photographs I overruled the objection as to.
We could just leave the tabs on
No.
and then make that the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Anything else?
Not from the
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, have a nice lunch. I'll come back in, as always, just a couple minutes before I've told the jury. They're not always all back, but we can take care of that as far as putting it on the record and make sure we'll try to be as ready as we can at 1:30. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. I'm going to ask the state to now call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Deputy Karina Ellis to the stand, please.
Karina Ellis.
L-I-S.
Deputy Ellis, good afternoon and welcome. If you'll come forward where the deputy is indicating to be sworn as a witness. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes.
Thank you, Deputy. If you'll follow the bailiff around to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Okay.
You may proceed, Mr. Dirks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy. I want you to introduce yourself to the jury, if you would, please. Please first tell us your name.
My name is Deputy Karina Ellis.
That's spelled E-L-L-I-S.
Yes, sir.
And how are you employed?
I am employed with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
A little over a year.
All right, so I want to take you back then to the month of May, actually the 27th day of May of 2022. What was your position with the Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was currently in Phase 1 FTO.
You're going to have to explain to us what that means.
Yes, sir. I was still in field training, so I had just recently graduated from the Law Enforcement Academy, so I was beginning my field training part of being a deputy.
All right. So then, as of the early morning hours of May 28, 2022, you were in field training. Were you working with any particular individual?
Yes, with Deputy Level Strahan.
All right, so was there a section that you were assigned to in the county? What was your assignment at that time?
I was that night, I was in Juliet 2 of District 4.
And where is that in relation to? Are you familiar with Lithia Pinecrest, the Fishhawk area, Lithia? Juliet
Yes,
2, what is that?
It's the Fishhawk area, sir.
I want to draw your attention to just after midnight, between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning of May 28, 2022, were you and Deputy Strahan on duty together at that time?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you get some sort of call or request for assistance regarding something that was going on Kite Ridge in the Fishhawk area or Lithia area?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about what you were asked to do.
There was a call that came out for a person down call.
And was an address given to you?
Yes.
Do you recall the address?
6211.
6211 Kite Ridge Drive.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you and Deputy Strahan were when you received that call?
I do not know.
Do you have a recollection as to how you responded, and where did you go, and how long it took you to get there?
Can you clarify that question, please, sir?
Okay, you get the call, a person down. What did you and Deputy Strahan do?
So we reviewed the call notes that were given initially. We turned on our emergency lights and our emergency sirens, and we headed directly to the call.
And what mode of transportation did you use? Were you in the same vehicle together, you and Deputy Strahan?
Yes, we were in his patrol vehicle.
He was driving?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got a call for a person down. Were you given? I'm interested in finding out what you knew when you were arriving at that area, what information you had to understand what you did.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not asking you to offer this for the truth. I want to find out what information what you had at your disposal so I can understand what you did.
Yes, sir. So the initial call remarks revealed that a neighbor had found an unknown female with a possible laceration to her neck and heard her screaming but did not know who she was or how she got there.
All right, that's the information you were armed with. Do you recall where you and Deputy Strahan parked your vehicle in relation to 6211 Kite Ridge?
Yes, we parked directly in front of 6207 Kite Ridge.
At the time that you parked in front of 6207 Kite Ridge, did you have any idea that 6207 was in any way involved in this case at all?
At the time, no.
At that time, no. All right, you got out of your vehicle?
Yes.
What did you do when you got out of your vehicle?
I immediately ran to the house that was given to us on the address, and I observed a unknown white adult male performing CPR on an adult female, and I told him to get away, and I immediately began to perform CPR.
I presume as part of your training as a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, you are trained in life-saving measures or attempts, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you employ those attempts at life-saving at that point?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Describe what you were confronted with, what you saw there when you got there to that female.
Yes, sir. I saw a female, her face all the way down to her chest area was completely drenched in blood. Her eyes were completely open. She had a darkish, like pinkish purple white like beater shirt on. She was wearing jeans. She had no shoes on, and her feet were completely covered in mud.
All right, you make those observations. What do you do?
So as I was observing her, I just continued to perform CPR until EMS arrived and relieved me of my duties of performing CPR.
And were you equipped with a recording device on your uniform on that evening where activities that you were engaged in were recorded?
Yes, sir.
And does that, what's called a body-worn camera, does that body-worn camera record the events that occurred regarding your life-saving measures attempts at the person that was there at 6211?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification. The state's exhibit number 4. If you would take a look at exhibit number 4 and tell me if you can identify it either by the markings or by the exhibit itself.
Yes, sir. That's my footage of my body-worn camera, and I can identify it because it has my initials on it.
And did you view that footage earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Did you indicate your acknowledgement of that review of the video by putting your initials and today's date on it?
Yes, sir.
And does that video accurately depict at least a portion of what was going on when you were attempting to administer life-saving measures to that female that was down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now at this time, State Officer Exhibit number 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
To be admitted. Stage 4.
Stage 4.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may vote.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, that shows the video. That's at least a portion of the video that you testified about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you attempted life-saving measures at that point. The EMS takes over. Do you know where your partner, Deputy Strahan, is at that particular time?
Yes, sir.
Where was he?
He was behind me, sir.
Okay. And then after the EMS took over, what did you next do relating to this investigation?
I then met with the complainant who initially called in the call.
And were those the Figgins?
Yes, sir.
And did they give you some information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after you spoke, did you formally document as part of your report exactly what they told you, or was someone else involved in that?
It was documented in an interview. Yes, sir.
Okay. After you spoke with the Fagans, what did you next do relating to this investigation, and where did you go?
I then was walking around the immediate area, trying to figure out where possibly this unknown female had come from, and then I got instructions from one of my corporals.
All right. So, again, let me set the stage. At this point, you finished with your life-saving attempts. Do you know who this person is at this point?
No, sir.
Do you know anything other than the information that you provided to us and what you could observe there in that video?
Only the information that I knew at the time.
All right. So you started walking around. You said you had some information from a corporal?
I was given instructions from a corporal.
Okay. And what instructions were you given?
He told me to get back and to go in front of the house of 6207.
All right, you go back and you go to the front of 6207, and did you make any observations when you got to the front of 6207?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you observe?
I observed that their front door was ajar and the lights were on.
And just to make clear, the front door of which residence?
6207.
Did you make any other observations which cause any suspicion or concern on your part relating to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
It had appeared that somebody was possibly inside of the residence standing by the doorway, so I made it aware to the other deputies that were around me for safety measures.
All right. And when you reported that information to your fellow officers, so what action was taken, if any, if you recall?
By me or by other deputies, sir?
By you or other deputies in your presence that you observed?
Yes, sir. So my corporal and my sergeant at the time, they then announced themselves as Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and then we got no response back, so they made immediate entrance into the house, and I followed them so that it was not just those two in the home.
And the home, again, you're talking about is 6207?
Yes, sir.
And based upon your training and experience, what was the purpose of entering at 6207 at that point?
So my corporal had noticed that the side window screen was popped outward, so that gave him an alert of that there was an issue with that home, and so we then wanted to search that house to make sure that it was not connected with that female and that that residence was safe.
All right, so you have at that residence a cracked open door in the middle of the night, and you mentioned that there was a popped out screen
to a window. Yes, sir.
To 6207?
Yes, sir.
And you recall where that screen was in relation to, or what side of the house was that screen that your corporal observed?
It was the side of the house that's facing the neighbors of 6211.
So it's on this. It was 6207. So the screen that you're talking about was on the either 6209 or 6211 side of 6207, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually see that screen yourself at some point?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether the window related to that screen was up or down?
I did not look that closely. I just remember seeing the screen, sir.
All right. Based upon that concern by your corporal, entry was made in 6207. Do you recall what other officers may have also entered the residence at that point?
Yes, so it was me, Deputy Level Strahan, Corporal Wesley King, Lieutenant Hoops, and Sergeant Garcia.
All right. You also entered with that same group, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What observations do you recall? What occurred when the group of you entered that 6207 residence?
So Sergeant Garcia and Corporal King had cleared each bedroom one at a time. And while they were clearing the bedrooms, Deputy Level Strahan and I were pulling security in the main area of the house.
All right, you're going to have to explain a couple of terms for us.
Absolutely, sir.
I'm sure we all know what you mean. You use the term secure. What does that term mean in the context of your work there?
Yes, sir, I apologize. It means like keeping the other deputies that are in the house safe from any imminent threat that could come into the home.
Okay. And based upon your conversations with the fellow officers, what was the purpose of your entering at that residence at that particular moment?
Because of the popped out screen on the side of the house, we did not know who this female was, where she came from, and it gave us suspicious that there was something that occurred in that house.
And do you recall the other deputies of the sheriff's office? Do you recall where they went or what they did?
So, you're talking about in the home, sir?
You're inside the home. What did you observe happen?
So, Corporal King and Sergeant Garcia were clearing the rooms.
When you say clear, what do you mean?
So they go into the rooms to make sure that there's nobody in there, that there's no danger in the rooms. And then there was one bedroom that the door was shut and locked. Corporal King then checks the doorknob to see if he can actually open it, and that's when we verified the door was locked. After that, he announces himself and says to make, if there's anybody in the house, to make themselves known. We get nothing back as a response, so then he kicks in that door.
Give us your best recollection of other rooms in that house in relation to that kicked out door. You said Corporal King kicked out that door?
To the one bedroom, yes.
To the one bedroom. Were there other rooms nearby, adjacent to, or in close proximity with that kicked out door by Corporal King?
Not that I know of, sir.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was another bedroom door nearby?
There was a master bedroom.
Master bedroom. And did you have any part in the clearing of the master bedroom?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, before we get to that point, when you were attempting life-saving measures on the woman that was laying there on the ground, as you knelt down over her, do you recall whether or not any blood was transferred to any part of your clothing or body?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so that occurred before you're clearing or helping clear 6207, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now we're back at 6007. You're securing, you're clearing along with your fellow officers. I asked you whether you had any part in the clearing or securing the master bedroom at 1607. What, if anything, did you do to assist that clearing or securing?
So I went into the master bedroom with Sergeant Garcia, and he asked me to look underneath the bed that was in the master bedroom. So I knelt down and I looked underneath the bed to make sure that there was nobody under there.
Was there anyone under there?
No.
When you knelt down, did you get on your knees?
I did, yes, sir.
And was the pant leg of one of your knees blood? Was there blood on that pant leg?
Yes, my pant leg was still wet with blood.
Okay. Do you know whether or not some of that blood was transferred from your knee to the carpet or the floor in the master bedroom?
It was, yes.
All right. Did other fellow officers or deputies have part in securing or clearing different rooms within that residence?
After I had cleared the master bedroom, sir?
Well, at any point. Do you recall what Deputy Strahan did, for example? He was there.
He had stayed in the central area of the house with me, but if he had searched any other part of the residence, I do not recall.
That was something he did. All right. So, have we completed everything about what you did or observed during that initial clearing of the residence at 6207?
Yes, sir.
Other than the deputies that were in 6207, did you observe any other person in 6207?
Other than the deputies? No, sir.
You mentioned that when you first were at the entrance of the front door, you observed something that caused some sort of suspicion on your part, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Based upon what you observed after you got inside, can you explain to us what that was, if you can?
Yes, sir. So there was a coat rack, stand that was directly in front of the small windows next to the door, and it was a beige color, causing it to look like it was an individual standing.
And that's what caused your suspicion, and that's what caused you to report that fact to your fellow officers?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall whether or not those officers, once they cleared and secured the residence at 6207, did those officers remain there, or did they leave the residence?
So we all ended up leaving the residence, but we stayed in the area, sir.
All right. You stayed in the area. Do you recall any other observations that you made, let's say in the immediate vicinity of 6207, the yards next door at 6209? Anything about, other than what you've described about the woman that you saw down on the other side of 6209? Do you remember anything else that you observed?
There was blood drops in the grass, but I did not walk far enough to see where it led to.
You were aware some suspected drops were in the yard, but did you have any part in the collection of any evidence, the marking of any of that evidence? Did you play any part in that whatsoever?
No, sir.
All right. Did you or Deputy Strahan play any part in securing the area for the purposes of the investigation?
Deputy Strahan did.
Okay. Tell me about that.
So he took crime scene tape, which is the yellow tape with the black lettering on it, and he blocked off the area around that house and where this female was found, so that nobody would come near it or disturb any type of evidence.
And by that time, were other officers and officials from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office there at the scene as well?
Yes.
Did any of those other officers have a part in securing, and we'll call it the perimeter? So there's crime scene tape up. Can we call that the perimeter?
Yes, sir.
Was there any other officers who had a part in keeping an eye over the perimeter to make sure that no unauthorized persons either got in or out?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, what did you and/or Deputy Strahan do after the crime scene tape was put up? Where did you position yourself, if at all, anywhere?
I then positioned myself in the exterior entryway of the home, like directly in front of the door.
And when you say the home, are you talking about 6207?
Yes.
And did you remain there during the time that other emergency officials arrived at the scene throughout the course of that morning?
I was there for a short period of time, but not the entire time.
And do you recall after you left that area what your responsibilities were?
After that, I had then interviewed the two neighbors that lived directly next to that house. I don't know what the house number is, though.
All right. You conducted interviews. Were other of your fellow officers communicating via police radio regarding their activities?
Yes.
You conduct the interviews. At any point, were you in the vehicle that you arrived in, the one that was driven by Deputy Strahan?
Yes.
And while you were in that vehicle, was part of your responsibility either securing that portion of the perimeter?
Yes, the vehicle was in the perimeter, so it was, yes.
Did you see anyone other than law enforcement officers crossing the perimeter or getting inside within the crime scene area in the vicinity or where you were acting security?
No, sir.
All right. At some point, did you have any other duties or responsibilities regarding this investigation?
Way later in the morning, I did, yes.
Okay, way late in the morning. Let's talk about had the sun come up yet?
It was still dark.
It was still dark. You had responsibilities, and what were those responsibilities?
I had to gain a consent of search for a backyard of a neighbor's residence.
All right, and do you recall anything that was going on in the radio traffic which was related to your assignment or your responsibilities?
Yes, they stated that they had found our suspect.
I'll sustain. I'll ask the witness not to testify what someone else said.
Okay. During that time, were you aware that there was a police helicopter in the air?
Yes.
And had you, when you saw the police helicopter in the air, where were you at that point?
When they first arrived, I was still in my patrol vehicle with Deputy Level Strahan.
And at some point, did the helicopter return?
Yes.
And was it after that helicopter returned that you were assigned additional responsibilities?
Yes.
Tell me what your responsibilities were.
To retrieve a consent to search of the backyard of a neighbor's residence.
Okay. And do you recall the number of that residence?
I do not know.
And regardless of whether or not you remember the exact number, you were at 6207. You responded to 6211
Yes, sir.
when you first got there. When you got that consent, was it on the 6211 side of where the residence was, you got consent, or was it in the other direction?
It was to the right of 6211.
So if you're looking at the front door of 6211, it would be to the right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you were, regardless of the specific number of the residents, you went there. Was anyone else with you?
Deputy Level Strahan was with me when I got the consent to search.
When you got to that residence, did you obtain consent?
I did, yes.
Did you happen to observe any other activity by your fellow officers in that same general area, in the backyard of that area, when you obtained the consent?
Yes, they were beginning to put up more crime scene tape.
And what were you assigned to do after you got the consent? What were you assigned to do, if anything, relating to that residence that you're telling us about?
I went to the backyard to look for a sharp weapon or a knife.
Were you with any other of your fellow officers when that request was made of you to conduct that search?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Deputy Level Strahan, Deputy Brian Adams, and Deputy Richardson.
And you were all together when the search took place?
Yes.
And was it still dark at that point?
Yes.
And did you search that residence in that area that you obtained the consent from?
Yes.
How did you search?
We used our flashlights.
And were you able to find any knife or sharp instrument in that backyard?
No, sir.
All right, you told us about that search that was conducted. Did you have any other responsibilities relating to this case?
No, sir.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Deputy Ellis. I don't have any other questions. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Deputy Ellis.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Are you aware that the 911 caller, Mr. Figgins, actually had to move the body in order to try to do CPR himself?
Can you just speak up a little bit, ma'am? I'm hard of hearing. I apologize.
I'm sure it's me, don't worry. Are you aware that Mr. Figgins, the 911 caller, actually had to move the body in order to try to do CPR himself?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you also did CPR, right?
Yes.
And you ended up getting blood on your pant leg as a result of it, right?
Yes.
That blood ended up inside the residence that was later determined to be Kay Baker's residence, right?
Yes.
There was no other blood other than what came from your pant leg within that residence, right?
Inside the residence, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
No other blood at all, right?
Not that I saw of, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, there's lots of pictures. There is not one picture of any blood that you're aware of in that residence, right?
I've never viewed the pictures.
Okay. Do you recall any blood in that residence whatsoever other than the blood that came in as a result of you trying to help Kay Baker?
Can you reword that question, please?
Do you recall any blood in that residence other than that which came in as a result of you kneeling down to try to help Kay Baker?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And again, that solely got on you as a result of you trying to help Kay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I know you mentioned it was a coat rack. I just want to be sure the jury's clear. What you saw that you thought was a person inside the residence was not a person. There was, in fact, no one inside, right?
Correct, ma'am.
When you talked a little bit about the helicopter, you said the helicopter was there, you were in your vehicle, and then the helicopter returned. We're talking about several hours later, right?
Can you break down your question, please, ma'am?
Sure. When the helicopter first got there, it got there at approximately 12:30 in the morning, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it was there that second time, the time you said it returned, that wasn't until about 5 a.m., right?
Yes, ma'am, around that time.
Okay. Now, you also were talking about how you and 3 other deputies were searching a particular area for the knife. That particular area is where Matthew Terry was found injured, right?
Can you specify more, clarify your question, please, ma'am?
The area where you and 3 other deputies were looking for the knife, that area specifically is where Matthew Terry was found injured, correct?
In the vicinity of the area, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And 4 of you all together did not find a knife there, right?
No, ma'am.
Could I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Excused or subject to recall?
Excuse, Your Honor.
And excused by the defense?
Excuse.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State will call Deputy Level Strahan.
Level Strahan. Deputy Strahan, good afternoon and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn where the bailiff is indicating, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deputy. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness stand, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy. Let's have you first introduce yourself to the jury, if you would, please. Tell us your name.
Deputy Strahan,
And how are you employed?
with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a deputy.
Okay. How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 4 years, 3 years, 10 months.
And what have your responsibilities been at the Sheriff's Office?
Work as a deputy and became a field training deputy roughly 6 months ago.
What's a field training deputy?
Whenever we get new recruits on the street, I train them through different phases and utilize what they learn through our academy and post training academy.
And do you have more than one trainee at a time, or do you work with one trainee at a time?
I work with one trainee at a time.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since the end of May.
And since at the end of May. So at the end of May, you were a field training officer on May 28th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And who was your trainee?
The Deputy Karina Ellis.
All right, and you and Deputy Ellis were together on the late evening of May 27th, which was a Friday, into the Saturday morning of May 28th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall what shift you were working at that time?
I was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
During your shift, did you recall receiving a communication which requested your assistance to Kite Ridge Drive in the Hillsborough County area?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about what would happen.
Received a person down call for service.
Do you recall where you were at the time that you received that request for service?
Yes, I was at Rodin Road and Bomber View Road.
You get that request for service, and how did you respond, if at all?
We responded in our emergency status.
How far away is that? How long did it take for you to get there? Can you give us any information about that?
I don't recall the mileage, but it took approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
You were driving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of vehicle were you driving?
I have a 2021 Chevy Silverado.
Is it fully marked with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office insignias?
Yes, sir.
So Deputy Ellis was with you as a passenger in that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
You found your way. Do you recall the address that you were given to respond to?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was 6211 Kite Ridge Drive.
When you responded, when you arrived at Kite Ridge, do you recall where you parked?
Yes, I parked in front of 6207 Kite Ridge Drive.
You didn't park right in front of 6211. Can you explain to us why you didn't do that?
If we go to a call for service under these circumstances, for our own safety, we don't know what's at the scene, so we park maybe a few houses away for our safety and like a tactical advantage.
Okay, so when you arrived, you parked in front of 6207. Did you later come to learn that 6207 was a part of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And so it was pure coincidence that you happened to park your car right in front of 6207 when you were asked to respond to 6211. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you park your car there. What did you and/or Deputy Ellis do?
I parked my vehicle, and Deputy Ellis ran to the woman who was in distress to perform CPR.
Okay. And did she do that?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when that CPR was administered by Deputy Ellis?
I was right behind her.
At some point, did she discontinue that CPR,
Yes, sir.
and why?
Fire rescue arrived on scene.
Fire rescue arrived and took over. All right, then what part did you next play in this investigation, if any?
We want to continue to make sure the scene was clear, and then we walked a few residents over and observed the house that I was parked in front of had a screen that was opened or popped off the residence.
Give us an idea where that screen was in relation to the yard or the residence, which side of the house it was on.
All right, so the back of the house is the north side, the front of the house is the south side, so it would be on the east side, the southeast side.
And do you recall where Lithia Pinecrest is in relation to those residences that you're talking to us about?
Yes, sir.
And where is Lithia Pinecrest in relation to those residences?
It's directly behind the residence, just north of it.
All right. Did you make any other observations while you were in that backyard area that you described to us?
So before we discovered the screen was popped out, right behind the woman that was in distress, I observed some spots of blood, like little puddles of blood, and that would be on the east side of 6209.
And based upon those observations, what did you do or not do when you made those observations?
I just notified other units on the scene.
Did you play any part in either the collection or the testing of that suspected blood in that backyard?
No, sir.
You noticed there was a screen back there. Had other officers from the sheriff's office arrived when you were there?
Yes, sir.
All right, you make the observations of the screen. Do you recall getting close enough to that screen to determine whether or not the window which was associated with that screen was open or closed?
Yes, sir.
What did you recall?
It was open.
All right, you make those observations. Did you share that information with others? Were others aware of it? Tell us about how the investigation progressed after you recognized that there was a screen popped out of that residence.
Yes, we observed the screen popped out of the residence. I notified other units, and then based on that, we walked to the front of the residence and observed the front door was slightly open as well.
So now you got a screen out, now you got a door partially open. What did you and your fellow officers do, if anything, relating to that? Was that 6207?
Yes, sir.
What did you next do then?
Waited for a few other units to arrive for us to clear the house and make sure there's no possible threats or other victims inside the house.
Do you recall whether or not your trainee, Deputy Ellis, made any other observations relating to either 6207, inside or outside, which was of concern?
She observed the front door of 6207 open, and she possibly saw something that was maybe standing in the doorway because it was open.
All right, you waited for other officers. What was the purpose of your waiting for other officers?
It would be for our safety, so we have enough people to walk inside and clear the residence.
And again, for the purposes of those of us who aren't familiar with police terminology, when you say clear, does that have a specific term or meaning to you?
Yes, we go room by room and we clear all the sections that someone could possibly be or hide. And all the rooms make sure, like I'm saying, there's no other possible threats or victims within the residence.
And did you and your fellow officers go about the process of doing that?
Yes, sir.
Tell me how that works. Tell me what you did on that evening to clear that residence.
So we knock on the door, we announce our presence in loud verbal words, sheriff's office, and then we make entry into the house.
And do you all go together? Is there some formation that you use? How are you and your fellow officers entering that residence?
We go one by one through the front of the residence, and then we take the corner, don't stand in the doorway, and then we clear each room one at a time.
So different of you have different assignments.
Yes, sir.
Right. Tell me your best recollection of what you observed your fellow officers did and what you did in relation to clearing 6207 at that time.
Upon entering the residence, there was a kitchen to the right. We observed no one within the kitchen area. Then we made our way to the open living room.
And did you observe anyone in the open living room?
No, sir.
Other than you and your fellow officers?
Yeah. No, sir. No one else.
All right, the open living room, you don't see anyone there. Are there other rooms within that residence that were of concern to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about which other rooms that you recall that were there, and what you did and what your fellow officers did in relation to those other rooms in the clearing process.
Directly north of the living room, walking straight in, there is a master bedroom, and then to the right of it, there was a bathroom, and then to the right of that room, there was another room with a locked door.
Okay, and you said there was a bathroom. The bathroom is this the bathroom associated with the master bedroom that you talked about, or is that a separate bathroom?
No, I apologize. It was a separate bathroom from the master bedroom.
And did you have any responsibilities, or did you make any observations regarding that bathroom?
Yes, sir.
What did you observe?
Walk in, we noticed that the door frame was broken inwards, and that'd be onto your right side of the door frame, and where the door hinge, not the door hinge, sorry, where the lock goes into the door frame.
And when you made those observations, did you also notice, was there a shower tub part of that bathroom as well?
Yes, sir.
Was the curtain up at the time that you first observed it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the curtain was up, the shower curtain was up. The damage to the door frame. What did you do, if anything, in relation to that bathroom that you just told us about?
Entered the bathroom, and I pushed the curtain to the right and observed no one within it.
Okay. And when you pushed that curtain to the right, what happened to that curtain or the curtain rod?
I guess that it fell off. When I was in there, I pushed to the side, and it just opened. I opened it pretty roughly.
Okay. So the curtain went down.
Yeah. I did not hear the curtain rod fall, but I pushed it to the right pretty violently just to, quickly clear the bathroom.
But to make it clear, before you did that, the curtain rod and the curtain was up appropriately. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that relates to the bathroom. Do you remember what happened with any of the, other than the master bedroom that you talked with us about that was there? Were there other bedrooms in close proximity to that bathroom that you just told us about?
Yes, there was a bedroom to the right of it on the east side of the residence that had a door closed and it was locked.
And do you recall whether or not there was another bedroom on the other side of that hall?
I do not recall.
Okay. Your focus was on the bathroom. Your focus was on that locked bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened with that locked bedroom, if anything, that you recall at that time that you and your fellow officers were clearing that residence at 6207?
Based on the circumstances, we breached the door. Another unit on scene kicked the door open.
And do you recall who that officer was?
Yes,
you call it a unit. Would that be a person?
Yes, it was Corporal Wesley King.
Okay, Corporal King. He's the one that kicked in the door?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether or not, did you recall the position of that bedroom where the door was kicked in by Corporal King? Did that have any relation to the screen that you saw on the exterior of the residence that you earlier testified about?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
When we breached the door open, the open window was right in front of the door, and you could see the screen was popped off of it.
Was anyone in that bedroom after the door was kicked in?
No, sir.
All right, you and your fellow officers that completed the clearing process or the security process, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Was there any other person within that residence after you completed the clearing process? Was there anyone there other than you and your fellow officers?
No, sir.
After you finished clearing that residence, what did you do? Did you leave or did you stay
We stood watch on the house, and then I finished putting crime scene tape up, and then we stayed in our vehicle.
So as it relates to 6207, after you made sure that there was no one else there and things were safe in there, you and your fellow officers left the interior of the residence?
Yes, sir.
All right, then let's go on to other responsibilities that you had. You said something about you put up security tape. You earlier testified that you just coincidentally pulled up in front of 6207 when you first arrived. Was your vehicle still there in front of 6207 at that point?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you put the crime scene tape up?
I do not recall the specific addresses, but we went to the street to the west, and then my truck was obviously in the crime scene, and then down the street a little bit. We started a little bigger.
Okay, tell us about that process. You know, you're there, you made your observations of the woman that was down, you made your observations of the open door. Is there any communication or discussion among you and your fellow officers as to the securing of that general area?
Yes, whenever a crime like this happens, we put a crime scene barrier up so no one could walk into it and possibly contaminate the crime scene.
Okay. And did you play any part in securing a portion of that crime scene area to make sure that no unauthorized persons went in or out?
Yes, I stood watch at the front door of 6207.
You mentioned you put the crime scene tape up. Did you have any part in the collection of evidence there in the backyard area, anything like that, while you were there that day?
No, sir.
You provided security, and how do you recall approximately how long you were there providing security near the front entrance at 6207?
After the house was secured, approximately 3 or 4 hours.
Did you note any unauthorized person that either entered or got out of that crime scene area that you had the responsibility over during that period of time, during those 3 or 4 hours?
No, sir.
All right, you did that for 3 or 4 hours. Was Deputy Ellis with you during that time as well?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you assume any other responsibilities as it relates to this investigation?
We were on a specific radio channel, and we were just listening to the units and the process of the other units on scene.
All right, you're monitoring the channels. At some point, were you and or Deputy Ellis requested to perform any other tasks relating to this investigation before you left?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
K-9 and other deputies on scene located a trail of blood and a possible male near it, a couple of residences down.
And so after that was reported, what were you asked to do, if anything?
We responded to that specific address, and we got a consent to search for the yard of the residence.
And do you recall where that residence was in relation to anything that was observed of note, anything that was found of note relating to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
It was at 6221 Kite Ridge Drive.
And 6221 is where you obtained consent for search?
Yes, sir.
To search the backyard?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you requested to do or instructed to do by your either supervisors or fellow officers?
Yes, sir.
And after you obtained consent, did you in fact search that backyard of 6221 pursuant to that request?
Yes, sir.
Was it light, dark, partially light? Do you recall whether or not it was still light or dark at that point?
It was dark out.
Okay. So then how did you conduct a search of the backyard if it was still dark?
We have flashlights, and we used our flashlights.
How many many officers were involved in the search of that backyard at 6221?
Approximately four deputies.
And was anything found?
No, sir.
All right. Was your uniform equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Do you have one on you now?
Yes, sir.
That's your body-worn camera. All right. And was that body-worn camera in use or activated at any part in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Was it activated while you and your fellow officers were back at 6207 during the time that you were clearing or securing the residence of 6207 that you earlier testified about?
Yes, sir.
And have you had an opportunity to review the footage of the recorded footage of that entry into 6207 that you've testified about?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed a footage of at least a portion of that video here today?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification. States exhibit number 5. If you would look at the packaging, and exhibit number 5, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's going to be the video of my body cam.
Okay, and does the CD or the packaging include your initials and today's date?
Yes, sir.
Does that indicate that you reviewed that today?
Yes, sir.
And exhibit number 5 includes the entry into 6207 and also some of the search that took place in the backyard while you were first arriving at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Does all that video accurately depict what was happening with your part of that investigation on the early morning hours of May 28, 2022?
Yes, sir.
At this time, your state would offer exhibit number 5, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Not other than discussed.
All right, it'll be admitted at this time.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you guys recognize her at all? No? Do you guys have cameras?
Yeah.
You have cameras?
It's not the best system,
But does it record? Okay. You guys have cameras? Okay. Okay. Alright.
I don't know though. I heard some problem from the back. I don't know if that may be someone else or
Alright. The blood's coming from back here. Try to get canine stuff into him.
Yeah, so let's
Julie 48.
Julia 48.
Do we have canine 51? Yeah, more than it. Yeah, so we got blood and stuff like that. I'm trying not to walk. Yeah, same as that one.
this house.
There's somebody in the house, and I get somebody to do it. We're in the back, and just shine your light outside so I can see exactly where you're at.
Is someone at the door already?
Level things up.
Hey, Sergeant, come here this way. 2 houses down.
Yeah. Hey, what did you say for me to do?
Shine your flashlight towards where the night grass.
You see it?
Any available for a 20 channel, 11030 with East Drive. One is their brother receiving the lead, it's on 25 and 20 scale.
Yeah, we'll
Brother's
do that.
going around that loading 43. Kill this one. You have a nice one.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Yeah, that's cool.
Bench 72 10 going to coordinate for since you're on it.
So do you want to update the 1020 for us? The 6207, and maybe copy the tag, just like that.
Over in myself.
Doors ajar. Doors open.
On the same road.
See anybody?
Can you run a tag for me?
Doors are open.
Go to specialty tag, so that's Charlie Charles Road, Zulu, QCH.
It is, yes.
On the silver force open. We're open over straight up.
The front door is slightly ajar as well. Where? Where at?
Sheriff's office.
Shoes. Alright, I got nothing back there, sir. Oh, living room. I don't see anything. Now I got open living room right there. Kitchen to the right. I don't see any blood in there now.
Sheriff's office. Gotta bring him straight back. We got the sliding glass door straight back. What do you guys want this on? I got it. What's up? Huh? Just hold it over with me. Yeah. Try to get as much cover as you can. Just kind of helps out what's right there, the window. Be careful with the window. That's one right here. I mean, I don't know where that is. You guys come on back. Come back, please. Alright. You want to go? Yeah, since I have her with me. Yep. Sheriff's office! Sheriff's office! The garage right to your right, sir. Alright, clear. Coming out. Sheriff's office! Sheriff's office! Clear. Clear. Sheriff's off. Watch that bathroom, sorry. Okay, that's it. Unseen that. Don't mind that. Okay, clear. Sheriff's office. Yeah. Did we breach that? That was already breached. The one that's right now? That was already breached. Mm-hmm. Those are from us. Yeah. Is it broken? That's fresh though. Yeah. The locks are really good. Breaking the weekends or anything. We don't know. They don't know. The springs out. No, on this side. The front door's ajar. I think we're going to break it. Yeah. Yeah. Sheriff's office. Kind of going to the right. Captain, you clear on this corner. Hold. Clear. Is she?
All right, Deputy, as you review that video, the portion where it was being cleared, did you see the bathroom area where the curtain was up as appropriate? Was that your hand that pulled that curtain aside?
Yes, sir.
There was some damage to the door frame of that bathroom. Did you or any of your fellow officers do that, or was that already existing there when you arrived?
No, sir. It was already there when we arrived.
And at the last portion of that, there was a a deputy that kicked in the door. Is that was that a fellow officer who did that?
Yes, sir.
And was that the locked door that you earlier testified about?
Yes, sir.
And was that the door that led to the open window and the screen that was pushed out and down on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Or on the ground?
Yes, sir.
All right, you talked to us about those responsibilities that you had, finishing up with the search of the backyard of 6221. Did you have any other responsibilities relating to this investigation after you completed that task?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Deputy. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Good morning, ma'am. Afternoon.
What day did you become a field training officer?
I don't recall the date, but it was in April. May.
In May. And this incident, of course, was May 27th to the overnight to May 28th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had been a field training officer just a couple weeks then?
Yes, ma'am.
And Deputy Ellis was new to the force, still in training?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Deputy Ellis, of course, was trying to save Ms. Baker's life, but as a result, she got blood on her pants, which ended up transferred into the home of what was later learned to be Ms. Baker, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that blood that was transferred by Deputy Ellis, was there any blood inside the home whatsoever?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, you just watched the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the video shows there was no things being knocked over, anything of that nature in the kitchen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the living room?
Yes, ma'am.
In any, even though the child's bedroom was in the type of disarray a child might leave, but no disarray of things being knocked over, pulled down, anything of that nature, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Same with the bathroom. The curtain got knocked down, but that was from you looking for a suspect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in addition to what we've talked about was not there as a result of any disarray, anything of that nature, and there being no blood, the garage was looked into as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No blood there either, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you talked about how there was a male that was located in the backyard area. We're talking about hours later, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that male was Matthew Terry, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When he was located, he was very severely injured, right?
From the other units describing to me, yes, but I was not there with him.
Okay. But you were there when the backyard area where he was found was searched, right?
No, ma'am. The backyard was separated from Lithia by a wrought iron fence, and there's a lot of brush in between the backyard of the residence to the street, and I barely could observe him.
Were you part of that search?
I was only searched to the backyard and nothing past the wooded area.
Okay. So you were in the backyard area doing the search. Just to be clear, the area you were in, no knives were found, right?
Yes, ma'am. And
you're aware from training Deputy Ellis, no knives were found where Mr. Terry was found either, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I just have a moment?
Of course.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this deputy be released
Yes, Your Honor.
and released by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, deputy. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Corporal Wesley King.
Corporal Wesley King. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take our afternoon break after this next witness. Corporal King, good afternoon and welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good. If you'll come forward to be sworn, wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirmative testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you, deputy. If you'll follow the corporal, if you'll follow the deputy, the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Corporal. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Corporal Wesley King. I work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and currently a patrol corporal in District 4.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 13 years.
What was your assignment with the Sheriff's Office in May of this year?
I was a patrol corporal supervisor.
Any particular geographical area that you supervised?
The District 4 area, which is everything south of Gibsonton, basically, down to Manatee County.
You were on duty on the evening of May 27th into the early morning hours of May 28th of this year, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall receiving an alert or a call or request for service to go to the area of in Lithia regarding Kite Ridge Drive?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you were when you received that request?
I was in the general Riverview area.
And did you respond to
Yes,
that,
sir.
to Kite Ridge Drive? Have an idea of what time it was when you arrived there?
Approximately 12:45 in the morning.
All right, set the scene for us. You arrived there at 12:45. Where do you park your vehicle?
Approximately in front of 6205.
Okay. And was the information provided to you that it was at 6211 you were asked to respond?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't park directly in front of 6211. Why not?
Because there was other deputies there and fire rescue was there, and I just don't want to clog up the scene, so that's why I parked down the road.
So there are other emergency vehicles already there, and there was already other of your fellow deputies already there.
Correct.
Do you recall whether or not Deputy Ellis and Deputy Strahan were already there when you arrived?
Yes, they were both there.
All right, you arrive at the scene. Do you have any communications with any of your fellow officers or other personnel to give you additional information as to what was going on or what you were going to do?
When I walked up, I could obviously see fire rescue was doing CPR on a female that was laying on the ground. Talked to Deputy Ellis. Apparently she had tried CPR also. So then we looked and saw there was a pile of blood, and that was really the extent of it right now because no one had pronounced her yet. So
at this point, were you aware of who this person was, or where this person lived, or what relation that person had to the scene?
Nothing. We knew nothing about it.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No problem. Tell us. So then once Deputy Ellis and Deputy Strahan stayed there by the victim, as I just retreated to the road by the vehicles just to get an overall look at the scene, just to monitor what was going on.
Okay. And when you wanted to get that overall look of the scene, did you make any observations of note that related to your conduct there that evening?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you have any communications with either Deputy Strahan or Deputy Ellis or any other officer relating to this investigation?
I had lots of conversations.
All right. At some point, let me get right to the point. At some point, did you enter 6207?
So, yes, and the way that came about was obviously there was blood that was between 6209 and 6211, and obviously where we were standing looking at the houses, there was no blood at our feet, but there was blood behind where the victim, so we ascertained that maybe she came from between the houses. So I relayed to them I'm going to walk around the houses between 6207 and 6209 to check back there for any other victims, evidence, suspects, whatnot.
Before I had to go further, when you walked into that back area between 6207 or 6209, were there any fencing which prevented you from walking that entire area, or was it open?
It was open.
It was open. All right.
Sir.
You walked back there. All right. Lead us to what you did next in relation to this investigation.
When I went between 6207 and 6209, I noticed the screen door or the screen to the window was off and laying on the ground, and the window was open. The lights were on inside the bedroom, and the bedroom door was shut. So obviously, walking up to it, I pulled my firearm because of what we have with this victim, and now I have the suspicious circumstances. So I pulled my firearm, looked inside the room real quick, and then I went to the backyard just to check for suspects or witnesses or whatnot.
Okay. Other than your fellow officers or emergency personnel, was anyone else back there?
No one was back there.
You didn't see anyone back there. You make your observations regarding the screen. What did you next do as it relates to this investigation?
I voiced via radio that I had the screen open and for someone to go to the front door.
And did someone go to the front door?
I believe Deputy Ellis and Strahan went to the front door.
And as a result of their going to the front of the residence, what, if anything, did you do, or what did you find out?
Well, the door was ajar, so then we came up there. We knew we would have to clear this residence because of the suspicious circumstances. And we still did not know if the victim lived there, but we know we have an open house with suspicious circumstances, so we cleared that residence.
And when you say you cleared that residence, I want to make sure that everybody understands what you mean by that. When you say clear, what do you mean?
We go inside and look for anything suspicious, look for other victims or suspects, and we just do a deep clear of it and then back out.
Okay. And were you equipped with a body-worn camera at that time when you cleared that?
Yes, sir.
And have you had an opportunity to review the footage of the video recording of that body-worn camera as it relates to your entering the residence when you cleared 6207 that evening?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that portion of the video that relates to that clearing process at 6207? Have you reviewed that today?
Yes, sir.
And after reviewing that, does that video accurately depict what happened that night when you and your fellow officers were clearing 6207?
Yes, sir.
No objection on this one.
To its admission?
Yes.
You want to move it in?
Deputy, are your initials on this?
Yes, sir, and the date that I put on it.
And you put it on there today?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed it today?
Yes, sir.
And it's accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So the state offers exhibit number 6.
No objection. It'll be admitted. Number 6.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Thank you.
You knocked on the door? Lights are all on inside the house, yeah. What? Alright. When you guys come around back, yeah, cover the back one. Yep. Sheriff's office! Sheriff's office! Hold it long. Close with that. One room. Clear. Clear. Coming out. Sheriff's office!
What's he saying?
Sheriff's office! Clear? 4248. Bathroom, I can see the bathroom. Sheriff's office! What's that bathroom, sir? Okay, that's it. Continue, go in there. Okay, let's go. Good, quick. Good. locked. Sheriff's office. Yeah.
From the outside.
Please make things nice. 10-4. That's fresh, though. We go and break it, make an entry in this one? We don't know. They don't know. This window's missing. The screen's out. No, on this bed.
The front door is ajar.
So,
I think we're good to break it. Yeah, we're good. Sheriff's office.
you're clear on this one? Oh. Clear. Clear.
All right, Corporal, we just looked at that video. I saw there was a timestamp or a running clock on that video. That appears to be an accurate recitation of the time. That
Yes,
was
sir.
involved. All right, when we're back in that area just before you, was that you the one that kicked in that door?
Yes, sir.
And there was a bathroom that was adjacent to that. Did you observe any damage to the frame of that bathroom door when you arrived there?
Yes, sir.
Did you or your fellow officers cause that damage, or was that damage already there before you entered?
It was there before we entered.
I think I heard you instruct Deputy Strahan to check inside that bathroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Before he entered that bathroom, the curtain was up and the curtain rod was in place. Is that correct?
I believe the video showed it. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You were in that in the back of 6207 as well. Did you check for anything unusual regarding either the sliding glass door or any back doors in that backyard area, or was it all intact?
It all appeared intact, I believe.
Did you have any part in either the search for or the collection of any suspected blood in that backyard area?
No, sir.
Did you have other responsibilities relating to the supervising of other fellow officers there at the scene?
After I cleared the residence, I went to the front of the residence where my vehicle was, and we just made sure there was deputies that had a perimeter set up and that we had called homicide, that they were on their way out there and stuff like that.
So then part of the responsibilities is to kind of surround the general crime scene to make sure that it's secure. Is that right?
Correct.
And were other officers, deputies assigned with those responsibilities?
Yes.
Did you see anyone in that residence while you were there, that is 6207, other than you and your fellow officers?
No.
And after you finished those responsibilities about securing the perimeter, did you have any of the direct investigatory responsibilities regarding this case?
No, sir.
Thank you, Corporal. I have no further questions of this witness. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Statement, the corporal be released as a witness,
Yes, Your Honor.
and defense released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Corporal, you may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as promised, we're going to take our afternoon break. Again, it'll be about approximately 15 minutes, and if it takes a little longer, that's absolutely okay. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to this case. All rise for the jury. Ms. Janicek, good afternoon and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn. You'll come to where the bailiff is indicated and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Perfect. You may proceed. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you, guys. Excuse me. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury, if you would, please.
My name is Danielle Janicek.
And what is your employment or profession? What do you do?
I'm a crime scene investigator.
Okay. You're a crime scene investigator, and with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator?
About a year and a half.
And have your responsibilities with the Sheriff's Office always been as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
And have you undergone training to qualify you for your position?
I have.
Yeah, tell us about that. Give us just a brief idea of what it takes to become a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
So we are required to go through a training process where you follow a training manual and you also follow senior CSIs. And through this training manual, you go through each section, and after each section, you do mock scenes, quizzes, tests, practicals, or you do scene work. And then after, there is a final mock scene that you are signed off on that the whole unit basically gives you, you're good to go.
And did you complete that process?
I did.
Did that training also include responsibilities for the preservation of evidence and the proper marking of evidence to ensure its integrity?
Yes.
Does the training include also preparing what are called swabs of evidence for submission for testing to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And have you been through that training, and have you are you familiar with the processes of swabbing evidence and correctly marking evidence?
I am.
Have you ever testified in court before?
I have not.
This is your first time?
Yes.
Well, let's get into it. Were you involved in an investigation which involved the area surrounding 6207 to 6211 Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
I was.
And how was it that you became involved in that investigation?
I was on duty, and I was dispatched around 2:30 in the morning to that location.
So were you on duty at the time that you were called?
Yes.
What shift did you work that day?
Night shift.
And what does the night shift mean in your world?
My shift is 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Do you recall where you were when you got the call?
I was at our office.
And based upon getting that call, do you remember who requested your presence on Kite Ridge Drive? That
Detective Van Gelder.
All right. Detective Van Gelder asked you to respond to that scene. Did you do that?
Yes.
What time did you arrive, if you recall?
About 3 a.m.
All right, you arrived at the scene at 3 a.m. Were other your fellow officers already there?
Yes.
Was the scene secured when you arrived?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And did you meet with Detective Van Gelder?
I did.
Did you meet with any other person when you arrived to find out what you were going to be asked to do?
It was Detective Van Gelder and his supervisor, Corporal Royal.
Corporal Royal. And so did you have any discussions with them then regarding what the general investigation layout was, and did you have a discussion with them as to what they were interested in you doing?
They stated that there was a deceased female with suspected stab wounds to her upper chest, neck area, and they requested that I take exterior photographs and initial photographs of the 3 residences involved.
Were there other crime scene investigators either there or planning to be there that evening?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
My shift partner was there on scene to assist me, and then CSI's Brandon Douglas and Robert Durr responded a little while after to take over.
To take over this part of the investigation.
Yes.
So, all right, you got your instructions from Detective Van Gelder or Royal or someone, and you were asked to get to work.
Yes.
What was your first task?
To take initial photographs. So, in order to do that, I take exterior overalls of each residence.
And did you do that?
I did.
Have you been shown some photographs today which you took in anticipation for your testimony today?
Yes.
And of all the photographs that you were shown, do all of them accurately depict the scene as you found it, as you saw it on the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some of those photographs, if I may. I'm going to go, first of all, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification in State's Exhibit number 7. If you would, just leaf through those just to verify that you recognize them and that they are accurately depicting what you saw on that early morning hours of May 28, 2022.
For the record, Mr. Durst, is it a composite 7?
Yeah, it is a composite. I'm sorry.
Do you have the A through?
Yes, we have. It's 7A through F, and the A through F is in the lower right-hand corner of every photograph.
Absolutely.
Have you had a chance to look at them?
Yes.
Did they accurately depict what you saw
Yes.
that night? The State offers Exhibit number 7, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
Permission to publish 1 or 2 of those photographs, Your Honor.
You may publish whichever ones you want.
Thank you. That's 7A, 7B, 7C, 7D, E, and F. Next, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 8. If you would take a look at number 8 and tell me if it's 8A through O. If you would come through those again, see if they're accurately depicting the scene as you saw it that night. Does that set of photographs include photographs that you took of the decedent
Yes.
covered?
Yes.
Is 8A through O accurately depicting the scene?
Yes.
Statement offer 8A through O, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Here's 8B. Does 8B depict the covered body of Kay Baker as you found it
Yes.
on that night? Okay, I'm going to move on to 9. 9A through F. Same process, if you would. Janicek. All right. Is 9A through F accurately depicting the backyards area 6207 and 6209?
Yes.
State offers 9A through F, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Thank you. 7A. I'm sorry, 9A, 9B, 9C. D. E and F. A through C. We would take a look at that. Tell me if you could identify it and if they actually depict what you saw in the driveway of 6207 Kite Ridge Drive.
Yes.
State offers 10A through C, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
You said 8 through C, Your Honor.
I believe it was A through C. Yes.
10A through C. Here's 10A. 10B. And 10C. Next, I'm going to show you 11A through F. If you would look at 11A through F again, the Janicek. Do those photographs accurately depict the area of the yard between 6207 and 6209?
Yes.
State offers 11A through F.
Any objection?
No objection.
11A through F will be admitted at this time.
Now pick one out of 11. Here's 11C. 11D. 11E. Yes, I'm going to show you. Next, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification. This case exhibit number 12A through M. Same thing. Ms. Janasek, would you look through those exhibits? All right, do those photographs accurately depict what you saw regarding the backyard of 6207?
Yes.
Statement offer 12A through M, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
12A through M will be admitted at this time.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
12D, 12E, 12F. Next I have 13A through O. Janasek, would you look at A through O of 13? Ms. Janasek, does 13A through O accurately depict both a combination of exterior and interior views of 6207 Kite Ridge Drive?
Yes.
The state offers 13A through O, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
13A through O is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Here's 13B, for example. (14A through H). If you would take a look at 14A through H, I'll ask you the same question. All right, 14A through H accurately depict the interior of 6207 as you found it on the early morning hours of May 28, 2022.
Yes.
The state offers 14A through H, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
14A through H is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
(14H). And 14G. 15A through I, Janice said that I would like you to take a look at as well. You would look at 15A through I and tell me if they actually depict this. The garage area of 6207 as you found it when you took the photographs in the early morning hours of May 28, 2022.
Yes, they do.
They do accurately depict?
Yes.
The state offers exhibit number 15A through I, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
15A through I will be admitted.
Now I have 16A through Q. If you would look at 16A through Q and tell me if they accurately depict the bedroom area, the master bedroom area of 6207 Kite Ridge Drive, as you saw on May 28, 2022. Have you had a chance to look at those photographs, which are contained in State's Exhibit 16A through Q? And are they accurate as they depict what you saw on the early morning hours of May 28, 2022 at 6207, the master bedroom?
Yes.
The state offers 16A through Q, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Permission?
16A through Q admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
C, 16D, 16E, 16F, 16G, 'Next, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification. State's Exhibit number 17. With 17. A through I. If you would take a look at 17A through I and tell me if you can identify those in the same manner that you had before regarding the other photographs. Ms. Janicek, do those photographs accurately depict the bathroom, the hallway of the bathroom area, not the master bathroom, but the bathroom area at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive?
Yes.
State offers 17A through I, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Previously discussed?
Yes.
All right, same ruling, they'll be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
D, E, 17F, 17H, 10 question regarding 18A through C. If you would, Ms. Janicek, take a look at those. Tell me if they accurately depict the scene you saw in the bedrooms at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive on May 28, 2022.
Yes.
Thank you. United States offers 18A through C.
No objection.
18A through C admitted.
19A through C, same question. If you look at 19A through C and tell me if that fairly and accurately depicts the bedroom in the open window as you found it on the early morning hours of May 28, 2022.
It does.
State offers 19A through C, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
19B, and 19C. Now, Ms. Janicek, at some part of the investigation, in addition to taking the photographs that you've testified about, at some point while you were there, were you requested to take some photographs and or collect a swab of an item of red liquid of suspected blood somewhere along Lithia Pinecrest near the scene?
I was.
And did you do that?
I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification. States exhibit number 20A through E, and tell me if you will look at those photographs and tell me if they fairly and accurately depict the scene along Lithia Pinecrest on the early morning hours of May 28, 2022.
They do.
They do. And our state offers exhibit 20A through E.
Objection.
Sorry, no objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
All right. The photographs seem to be a wide angle and then focus in on a particular area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the wide angle is 20A, and that brings us down through 20B, closer to 20C, and then 20D. I see that there appears to be some sort of business card associated with that photograph 20D. Did you put that there?
No.
And were you requested by your fellow officers to take a picture, this picture, including that business card,
Yes.
from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, that is how I typically do my photos.
And then 20E Is that also related to the business card or items you found there?
Yes.
And regarding anything on the 20C, did you do anything with either the that leaf that's on 20E or anything associated with it?
I swabbed the leaf for suspected blood.
When you say you swab the leaf, what's the purpose of swabbing? And you just give us an idea of that process so we understand it.
So I took a package of sterile swabs and I dampened them with distilled water. I then took the swabs and took a corner of the droplet, and it kind of like sucked up into the head of the swab, and then I put it back into that sterile swab and put it into an envelope.
Okay, in a sealed envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and why did you put it in a sealed envelope? For what purpose?
Chain of custody, contamination purposes.
And did you follow the procedure in taking that swab and sealing it and marking it?
Yes.
What did you do with that swab, that sample that you obtained from 20D?
After I sealed it, I transferred it into the custody of CSI Brandon Douglas.
Okay, so Brandon Douglas took it over from there.
Yes.
When you handed it to Brandon Douglas, was it in sealed condition?
Yes.
And did you leave the leaf there, however?
Yes.
Were you requested by your fellow officers to leave that leaf there for other purposes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and also involving in your responsibilities, did it come a time when you were advised or you were made aware that Matthew Terry had been taken into custody?
Yes.
Was that same morning or later on that same morning?
Yes.
Were you requested to do anything from an investigative standpoint relating to the apprehension of Matthew Terry?
I was requested to take photographs and then swab his hands for any transient evidence.
And you swabbed, I'm sorry, you trailed off on me a little bit. Swab what?
Swab his hands for any transient evidence.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification, station exhibit number 21A through H. And if you would take a look at 21A through H and tell me if you can identify it. You identify those photographs? Do those photographs fairly inaccurately depict the photographs you took on May 28, 2022, as it relates to the apprehension of Mr. Matthew Terry?
Yes.
The city offers 21A through H, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
21A through H will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
21B. C. Mr. Janicek, you mentioned that you swabbed one of the hands for evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Of Matthew Terry.
Yes.
And after, did you go through the same process that you earlier described, the same general process of ensuring the integrity of that sample and sealing it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has. Well, ask you one more question. After you took that swab and sealed it, what did you do with that particular item?
Both of the hand swabs were then also given to CSI Brandon Douglas on scene.
Can you show what has been marked for identification, states exhibit number 22, and ask you if you can identify the sealed envelope?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is a swab of right hand from Matthew Robertson Terry.
And it was that envelope sealed when you turned it over to Brandon Douglas back on May 28, 2022?
It was.
State offers exhibit number 22, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I'll withdraw that. I won't offer it right now. Thank you.
All right.
Did you have any other responsibilities relating to this case that you can recall?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Janicek. Congratulations.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you said this is the first time testifying in court?
Yes.
All right. But back in May of this year, you were working the night shift.
I was.
And you said your schedule was 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., so it was a 12-hour shift?
Yes.
And by the time you testified that you arrived at the scene, based on Detective Van Gelder asking you to respond, it was about 3 a.m.?
That is correct.
So it was about 9 hours into your shift by the time that you responded and were asked to begin taking photographs of the residences. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your role with HCSO is not to go out and interview witnesses or do things like that. You're there to document the scene, collect items of evidence, and maybe process them either at the scene or back at the crime scene.
That is correct.
Okay. And you do that hand in hand with a crime scene detective, is that right?
Typically, yes.
And in this case, was there one person assigned to the crime scene from the Detective Bureau?
It was Detective Van Gelder.
Okay, so he was the crime scene person.
That was who I had initial contact with, yes.
And you said it was you that responded, and then later on, CSI Brandon Douglas and CSI Robert Durr showed up to take over?
Yes.
And that was when you were at your end of shift?
That is correct.
How long did you stay before they took over your duties?
Until about 7:20 a.m.
Okay. So you were there until about 7:20, from about 3 in the morning to 7:20, and then they took over from there to finish up the job?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're there, you're not actually searching yourself for evidence. You're going through and documenting the scene as it exists and the areas that the detective wants you to collect evidence from.
Yes.
Okay. As far as putting markers down and things of that nature, are you the one doing that?
I did not do that on this case.
Okay, so who would have been responsible when it was time to put down the markers and document that?
I believe it should have been Brandon Douglas.
Okay, so you're doing the overall before the markers are placed at the scene and before those items are then collected?
That is correct.
Okay. So as far as locating any potential red substance or potential blood evidence, you were not the one doing that?
Correct.
Now, when you go and you document the scene, you said it was about 3 a.m. when you arrived. When do you start actually taking photographs?
Shortly thereafter, maybe 10 to 15 minutes after.
Okay, and you start, I would assume, with the exterior photographs of the 3 residences, and then you go to the interior photographs?
I took exterior of the 3 residences, and then I was only requested to do the interior of the decedent's residence.
Okay, of the 1 residence, you took the interior photographs.
Yes.
So you didn't enter the residence of any of the other 2 that you took exterior photos of?
Correct.
Okay. And when you went and took the interior photographs, that would have been after law enforcement would have arrived and cleared the residence and done whatever part of their investigation prior to you taking photographs.
Yes.
So you're only documenting at that point what the scene looks like when you arrive.
Yes.
So any kind of damage or things like that that may have been done to a residence, you were not there to actually witness that.
Correct.
Now, do you take precautions prior to going into a residence and taking photographs?
Yes.
What do you do normally to preserve the scene?
The deputies are usually in charge of taping off the residence, and then depending on the severity or grossness of the residence, we wear PPE, but typically we are always wearing gloves, sometimes a face mask, booties, possibly like arm shields.
Okay. And in this case, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
That would have been standard?
Yes.
And you're doing that so that you're not transferring anything when you're going in there?
Correct.
And do you wear booties?
Not on this case, I did not.
Okay, so in this case you did not wear booties when you went into the scene?
No.
What about when you were walking the exterior?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not wearing any kind of precautionary measure as far as potentially transferring evidence on your feet or your shoes?
No.
And when you arrived at the scene, were you already aware that one of the deputies had put blood evidence into the scene that was from outside of the scene?
I was not.
Did you end up taking a photograph of any of the deputies in their clothing that got blood on it?
Yes.
Okay. And were you advised of the reason why you were taking those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And was that because that deputy got blood on her pants and then that blood ended up in the scene?
That was what I was told.
Okay. So you were told, obviously you weren't there when that happened.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as going into the interior of that residence that you took photographs of, you didn't see any blood evidence or potential blood evidence inside of the residence other than what that deputy had placed there?
From my knowledge, yes.
Okay. As far as any items collected, you were not responsible for collecting those items?
None that weren't already discussed.
Okay. So the ones that you would have done was the swabbing of the leaf that we saw the photograph of, and then the swabbing of Mr. Terry's hands?
Yes.
Okay. And that also was something that you were directed to do?
Yes.
And when you did the swabbing and the photographing of Mr. Terry, at that point you were documenting the injuries that he had?
Yes.
And he was getting medical attention at the scene?
Yes.
When you took photographs of items like the screen window, do you end up processing any of those items?
No.
Did you assist with anything that may have later been collected by CSI Douglas or Durham?
No.
Okay. If I could have one moment?
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
And by the defense, released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State Court Detective Andrew Van Gelder.
Andrew Van Gelder. Detective Van Gelder, good afternoon and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. You'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. Please identify yourself and introduce yourself to the jury.
Andrew Van Gelder, detective with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I started in January of 2012.
What was your assignment in May, particularly on May 28th, 2022?
I was working the adverse shift with the Criminal Investigations Division.
The adverse shift, what does that mean?
Essentially, there's a detective that works throughout the county from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. every night or every day. When we handle significant investigations, typically involving sexual batteries, homicides, stuff of that nature.
And do you recall being asked to participate in the investigation, which was occurring somewhere around 6211 Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall how you got that request and where you were when you got that request?
So I was notified by my corporal at the time, Sean Royal. He was the adverse supervisor. I received a phone call shortly after 1 a.m. Asking to respond to that 6211 Kite Ridge Drive in regards to death investigation.
And do you recall approximately what time it was when you arrived there on Kite Ridge Drive?
It was about 1:46 a.m.
When you got there, who did you first speak with?
Corporal Royal.
And what was the purpose of you talking with Corporal Royal?
I was getting just a layout or understanding of the investigation so far that had occurred.
And did you have any discussions with Corporal Royal as to what your responsibilities or assignments were to be regarding this investigation?
Yes, Corporal Royal assigned me as the crime scene detective for this case.
Okay, when you arrived, had your fellow officers already cleared 6207? That is, had they already entered and then assured that there were no other persons in that residence?
Yes, I was briefed, and my understanding was deputies had done a safety sweep of the residence.
All right, and do you recall what one of your first assignments was regarding to the investigation?
Essentially, at that point, once I was getting some of the information as far as this case goes, I was tasked with writing a search warrant for the residence at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive.
And so when you wrote that search warrant, were you relying upon your fellow officers to document what they had done and what they had observed in applying for the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you get in touch with anyone at the state attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Who did you get in touch with?
I contacted Mr. Diaz, who was the on-call state attorney for the homicide investigations.
And did you complete the process of making the application for the search warrant, giving you permission to go inside that residence?
I did.
And was that process successfully completed?
It was.
And prior to you getting the search warrant, had you been inside the residence at all?
I had not.
So, as it relates to the investigation inside the residence, you were relying on what others were telling you?
Yes.
Your fellow officers?
Yes.
So did you participate in the let's say the processing of the residence at 6207?
I did.
Okay, and in police officer term, processing means what under those circumstances?
Essentially, I was assisting or helping out with processing and collecting of evidence, taking or pointing out evidence items that we would collect for the case, and for the crime scene personnel to also take photographs of certain areas of the residence.
Do you recall if you were working with any crime scene investigators relating to that effort?
Yes.
And who did you work with?
There was CSI Daniel Jancic, CSI Shannon Bader was there, and then eventually CSI Brandon Douglas also responded.
Was there like an overlapping shift that was taking place?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall observing any items of evidence you found of note that you took into evidence with the sheriff's office?
Yeah, so when we were searching inside the residence, I noted, and I had CSI Douglas mark a couple items with yellow markers. They were essentially 2 cell phones and a coat hanger. And then I also directed CSI Douglas when we were inside the house searching for any type of bladed instrument or any weapon.
All right, and were we're getting to the cell phones. Do you recall the location of those cell phones?
I do.
Where were they?
One cell phone was located on the kitchen counter. That was marked with a yellow evidence marker number 1. And then there was the second cell phone was found in what I would call the master bedroom. That was marked with, it was on the nightstand, and that was marked with yellow evidence marker number 3.
And prior to, or while you were there, had other fellow officers shared information regarding the suspected telephone number to the cell telephone in the kitchen?
Yes, I received information for one of the phone number from a fellow detective.
And based upon that information, did you attempt to call that telephone number?
I did. With that phone number provided by the detective, I called that number, and the phone on the kitchen counter rang.
Was that telephone number 517-410-2641?
That sounds right.
All right, you collected that telephone and the other evidence that you described. Did you also ask your crime scene investigators to take photographs of the interior of the residence?
I did.
And do you recall crime scene investigator Brandon Douglas taking photographs of the interior of the residence as well?
He did.
Do you recall whether he marked locations relating to the photographs and relating to the identification of the various rooms and locations that he took photographs of?
We did.
And did his photographs accurately reflect your understanding of the layout of the residence and the description of the rooms?
It does.
Did you have any part in the marking of evidence like in the backyard or in any other areas of the outside of the exterior?
Not on the outside, no.
Okay. Do you recall medical examiner Dr. Ashley Perkins arriving at the scene at any point?
She did. I notified the medical examiner's office during this investigation.
And at some time in that morning, did that Dr. Ashley Perkins actually arrive at the scene?
Dr. Perkins arrived on scene.
Okay. And did you accompany either a crime scene investigation or Dr. Perkins in taking photographs of Kay Baker?
I did, for both.
And have you seen photographs of the photographs taken by crime scene investigator Brandon Douglas relating to that endeavor with Dr. Perkins?
I have.
And do they actually depict or display the scene relating to Kay Baker when Dr. Perkins arrived?
They do.
At some point, did you also have any involvement in the direction or collection of evidence along Lithia Pinecrest regarding particularly an item of blood which was of interest?
I didn't have necessarily the collection of it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I was made aware of it, and I think at that point, I told CSI Janicek to get a swab of that blood.
And during that time when that swab was taken, were you familiar or did you overhear police radio traffic relating to different parts of this investigation?
I did.
And do you recall whether or not Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Air Services had put a helicopter up in that area during this investigation?
I could hear them from inside the residence, yes.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 3A and B. All right, I can show you what 3A and B. If you would take a look at that and look at any marks or notations regarding the contents of that photograph, and tell me if it has any relation to this crime scene or this investigation.
This is just like a satellite or a Google image of the incident location and the roadways of it.
All right. And as you look at that photograph, there's some very fine print. There's some notations regarding house numbers along Kite Ridge Drive. If you would take a look at those and tell me if in your recollection it accurately reflects the identification of the house numbers associated to the house numbers that you saw when you were out there on May 28, 2022.
Yes, I do, and those numbers were 6207, 6209, and 6211 Kite Ridge.
Thank you. This time, Your Honor, the state offers Exhibit 3A and B.
Any objection?
No objection.
3A and B will be admitted at this time.
All right, you talked about you're conducting an investigation regarding the interior of 6207. Did any of your attention focus upon either knives or sharp instruments within that residence?
They did.
Okay, and tell me how that fits into your investigation and what you were trying to accomplish.
Essentially, we were under the impression or understanding that our victim had been stabbed with some type of sharp instrument. So I was while I was inside the residence, I was looking for any type of knives or weapons that could be capable of inflicting these injuries.
All right, and so tell me about what discoveries you made regarding the presence or absence of knives in that residence at 6207 Kite Ridge.
Specifically, I was in the kitchen area. There's a knife block on the kitchen counter. When I was looking at the knife block itself, I noticed there was essentially 3 knives missing. I know there's 2 regular knives, they were 4.5 inch knives, like steak knives, that were missing, and then there's also that was called a bird's beak knife that was missing from the lock. Eventually, I was able to find those 2 steak knives in the dishwasher that matched the knife set from the kitchen counter, the block. But the only knife I did not find throughout that residence or the kitchen area was the bird's beak knife.
And did you ask crime scene investigator Brandon Douglas to take photographs of those various knives that you testified about, including the butcher block with the missing port for the bird's beak knife?
I did.
And have you seen photographs of that, of those photographs? Have you seen those photographs?
I have.
And do they accurately depict the scene that you found them on May 28, 2022?
It did.
You mentioned also there was a cell phone which was in the kitchen area, is that correct?
Yes.
Before getting to that, let's discuss any other things that you did of investigatory nature while you were there at the scene that you have not already talked about.
The documentation of the children's bedroom, we noted, like I said, the window was pushed out, the screen was resting on the outside ground as part of the incident, as well as noting that the bathroom door to the children's side of the residence the door frame was damaged and the frame was splintering.
And did you ask crime scene investigator Brandon Douglas to document those areas that you just described?
Yes, so we would have photographed those and then also documented, and we put them with what's called green scale markers. We would label those.
All right, and did you also take note of damage to that bedroom door that we've been talking about with the screen pushed out of the open window?
Yes, sir. There was also damage to the child's bedroom door. However, I was learned that when deputies did the initial safety sweep of the residence, they encountered that bedroom door that was locked, and they forced entry into that door, causing the damage to the child's bedroom door.
So sheriff's office personnel are the individuals that did that damage?
Yes, sir.
Those items that you identified and marked for evidence in the interior, the cell phones and the hanger, did you have those items photographed as well?
I did.
Were they photographed in the position and condition that you found them in?
They were.
And have you seen those photographs, and do they accurately depict the positions that you found the cell phones in the hangar when you were at that scene after obtaining the search warrant on May 28, 2022?
They do.
You mentioned that, again, get back to the cell phone found in the kitchen, the one you called the number, and when you called the number, it rang, answered. Did you have any part in the investigation or analysis or the downloading of the contents of that cell phone?
I did.
Tell me about that, please.
I came back to my shift that morning or that afternoon, and Detective or two had requested that I conduct a forensic download of this phone. So that phone was downloaded and it was used through a software company called Cellbrite to download the phone and essentially get a working copy of the contents, whether it's phone logs or messages of the phone.
Okay, so is that something that you have been trained to do? That is, how to properly download the cell phone using the software Cellbrite system?
Yes, so there's training and certifications that go along with it.
And you're certified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many of those downloads have you done prior to May 28, 2022?
I was certified this year in January. I couldn't really give a number, but maybe like 40 to 50 at that point.
And did you obtain some data or information from that cell phone that was found in the kitchen as a result of your Cellbrite download?
There was a successful download, as you want to say, done, and that copy of that evidence was given to Detective Ratu.
And Detective Ratu, and why was it turned over to Detective Ratu?
Yes.
And Detective Ratu has a part in this investigation as well?
Yes.
All right, we covered some different areas. Is there any other areas of investigation that you participated in that we have not discussed?
I think we discussed it all.
All right, thank you very much, Detective. I have no further questions as witness. I pass the witness, Michelle.
Cross-examination?
Just one moment.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Detective.
I mean,
You indicated that you took part in the download. Which officer was it that gave you the phone number that later turned out to be Kay Baker's?
Detective Ratu.
And when he gave that to you, you used that to determine that that was her phone by calling it and having it ring?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you later did the download?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you privy to any of the information that came out as a result of the download, such as the text messages?
I'm not.
Okay, so you don't know about the content of the last text message?
No, I'm not.
Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you about was the knives. You said you actually looked, and you're the one who found that there was that one bird's beak knife missing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that one bird's beak knife was the only one missing?
Out of the butcher's block? Yes, ma'am.
And that is what we call a paring knife. It's a little curved knife, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There were a bunch of steak knives there, right?
Outside of the kitchen, or the block in the drawer?
either in the block itself or outside of the block. There were a bunch of steak knives, right?
Yes.
Bunch
There-
of big knives too, right?
Yes.
And the one that we're talking about is a little itty bitty small paring knife, and that's the only one that was missing from the home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any idea if that ever even existed in the year prior?
I cannot tell you that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect?
I redirect to that one. There's another area that I didn't get into if I could, Your Honor.
Could we approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Ed Gelder, on cross-examination, you were asked whether it was the Birdsby knife was an itty-bitty knife, I believe the term was used. Do you know what the size of that Birdsby paring knife was?
The butcher block it indicated is 3 inches.
3 inches. So there's a notation on the butcher block as to the size of the knife.
Yes.
Didn't ask you a question. I wanted to ask you on direct. Do you recall that there was a vehicle sitting outside in the driveway of 6207 Kite Ridge Drive?
There was.
And did you use the driver and vehicle identification database to determine who the registered owner of the vehicle was according to the license tag that was on that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And who was it?
Matthew Terry.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, John.
Any cross
Just one.
on the new stuff?
You indicated that the car outside the home was Matthew Terry's?
Yes, ma'am.
The keys on the dresser by the bed were the keys to that car, right?
I believe they were, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be released?
No, Your Honor.
Subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down, but you're subject to recall. I don't think you need to remain outside today.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Dirks, I'll ask you if you think you can get the next witness done in less than 20 minutes, or if we should break early. Or if you
I don't
have...
think I can make that promise, Your Honor. It's going to be close, but I don't think so.
Well, I told the jury I'd get them home by 5, and there's cross-examination, so I'm going to go ahead and break for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you sometimes you got to hear a few minutes early, so it is 20 till 5. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. Please avoid all reports of this case outside of the courtroom. We're going to start back tomorrow at 9 a.m., so if you can get here about 15 minutes before. Have a safe trip home. We'll see you back in the morning. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything from either? Oh, we lost Mr. Diaz. Do we need Mr. Diaz? Oh, he's releasing him. There he is. Anything from the state before we break for the day, Mr. Diaz?
The defense looked at the remainder of the photos. They marked some photos that they wanted to object to. If we could, I'd like to try and resolve that tonight or today, so I can go ahead and mark the remainder of the photos.
I don't have a problem with that. We got some time.
Does the defense have a pleasure as to which ones they want to deal with first?
Sure. The quickest one is probably there are 3 photographs of a hanger. There was a pretrial motion that I made in regard to excluding any mention of the hanger. I do understand that that was denied. I am renewing my objection. I do not think that it is relevant. The use of the hanger is pure speculation by the police, as they claim that it could have been used to unlock one of the locked bedroom doors.
So it's the 3 photographs in, what number is this, Mr. Diaz?
It will be packet, hang on, it's the packet marked. It actually is number 34, photos of hanger. They will actually be separate. I'll give you 3 photos alone.
All right. Based on the pretrial ruling, I'm going to deny the objection to the photos. Now, let's tomorrow, though, when you have exact numbers, let's put on the record the number and letter of each of those 3 photos.
Yes, Your Honor. And I can just go ahead and tell Your Honor that I split the hangers out when I ultimately drafted this exhibit list, so the 3 photos will actually be alone. They'll be 34 A, B, and C.
All right, so you still have to lay a foundation for him with a witness tomorrow, but any objection that we discuss now regarding speculation or relevance is overruled. If you want to renew it at that time, you can.
Certainly. And the remaining photos, it's 2 different packages, but it's really the same objection. There are 6 photographs from what they've labeled as victim taken by Douglas, and the other are 9 photographs from the autopsy. So we're talking about 15 photographs, basically, of the decedent. Those photographs are cumulative of other photographs that are also being offered and are unduly prejudicial, and many of them quite gruesome. There are just the sheer number is far too many that the state is seeking to admit, so I would ask the court to take a look at the totality of the packet of all of the photographs of the victim that they are trying to admit, and that we parse it down into a more appropriate number.
So cumulative and 403. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have all of them?
I have the 2 packets here. Some of them appear to be pictures of hands. I'm not sure what the problem is with the hands. I guess it's cumulative, except some of them the hands are clean, and then some of them the hands are not clean.
This is the same as the one that I...
No, it's different. It's the other side of her face. That one's not the one
Isn't there a case that says that the medical staff makes the photo objectionable with the pads and
And
Are you aware of that case?
I am sure that I can find it. In addition to that, which goes along with that same argument, is that this is not relevant to any fact and issue because it doesn't show anything that has relevance to the condition of her body as it was when she was found. These are obvious changes that were made. She was not unclothed for the top of her body as she is in that photograph that you're looking
What's
at.
the point? What do you need this one for?
No, what I want to show is I want to show also where the wounds aren't. I want the jury to see where the wounds are as much as I want to see where the wounds aren't. We're going to ultimately be arguing about premeditation. And I, again, not knowing what defense, if any, they may argue here, I have presented portions of the victim's body that are not wounded. For example, in the autopsy photos, I think you'll see pictures of her arms, and her arms are basically not wounded.
What's the point of both of these?
That's going to go to my blood spatter expert.
They're going to talk about and need each of them? Both of them?
Well, I want them to see that that's the condition of the jeans when they were on scene. Then I have the condition of the jeans when they were taken off the body at the autopsy, because ultimately the blood spatter expert is going to put in photos she took of the jeans, and then she subsequently marked with like little paper tags. And I want the jury to see that she didn't do anything to add any extra stains or change stains or do anything to manipulate the stains that are on the jeans.
But for instance, in the two you were just looking at, that can be accomplished with one. So we have duplicate photos essentially to show these. And now we also, as it goes with the rest of the photos and the rest of the argument, have duplicate photos of pretty much everything. Almost every injury there is more than one photograph of it.
Well, I don't know that just more than one is necessarily cumulative. If there's some reason for the multiple, tell me what's the multiple of. You got them both ways. You got one overhead and one from the side. Why can't the witness talk about what you said that the witness is going to talk about using this one only? What's the difference in this one that they need?
No, I want to have the different view because you're looking at slightly different angles of the jeans. And so I did one, those are the angles that I had, unfortunately. I did one from sort of above the top and then one from the side there where you can better see, for example, the side of the leg here. If you look at the other photo.
And the witness is going to talk about those differences?
She's going to talk about the pattern on the legs, and I think that, again, I don't know, but I think that the pattern on the legs and the stains on the legs may end up becoming something relevant. I think the positioning of Miss Baker at the time that these stains are created on her jeans, certainly I'm going to have her talk about that, and I have a suspicion that it may become something relevant ultimately to what position Miss Baker may or may not have been in once she has been injured.
But those photos don't give any information to that because we know from Mr. Figgins that he moved her.
Well, that's cross. What about this? What's the point of this?
This is to show the arm, and then I think if you go to the next one, you'll get to the hand.
What about the arm other than it has blood on it?
Well, again, this is to show that the arm is not injured. Again, I want to establish that.
Well, how can you tell that it's not injured from this? Isn't that something you're going to be able to establish
Well, I have
through
the
the
arms
medical
here, too.
examiner and the autopsy?
Well, I have
it's
the
not
arm,
injured?
I have the arms cleaned up here.
Huh?
I have the arms cleaned up here.
If the point is to prove that the arm is not injured, you can prove that point with clean arms and with the medical examiner.
That's fine, Your Honor. I'm happy to take that out if that's Your Honor's.
All right. So, I mean, at some point enough is enough. Take that one out. Is the hand the same thing, not injured? Well, you're not objecting to that one.
Well, I am.
It's not marked.
Well, as I had mentioned, some aren't marked because others are, which are of the same thing. It's not each photo individually. The problem is
appear to be going up and down like a person was breathing?
Yes.
And breathing easily, or did you hear like some sort of like gasping or gurgling or choking?
It was definitely a struggle.
So your husband rolls this person over. You realize it's an adult woman, and what, if anything, do you notice as far as this individual? What do you see about face or neck that's of interest to you?
Her face from the nose down was covered in blood. Her neck, and then she had a very major wound to her throat and neck area, above her collarbone area.
At this point, are you already on the phone with 911?
Yes.
And are they telling you to render aid?
My husband, yes.
So you're kind of giving him direction?
Yes.
As you are there looking at all of this, can you tell me how deep that wound appeared to you?
It was deep enough where when my husband rolled her over, I saw white and I thought it was her bones. It was very, very deep.
And did your husband ultimately start presenting medical aid or emergency aid?
Chest compressions.
Okay.
And he put a towel on her neck.
At any point while all of this is happening, does your husband ever ask you to go turn on the lights in the backyard of the home?
Yes, our back porch, our back lanai light.
And what was your understanding of turn lights on?
He said, "Go turn the back light on. I heard something."
All right. Were you concerned that there might be some sort of intruder or attacker somewhere in the area? So you go and turn the lights on, and then you're just basically waiting on the phone with 911 for deputies and emergency medical response to arrive.
It felt like forever, but.
Ma'am, let me just ask you. It's all right. You haven't done anything wrong, but the court reporter can only take. He finishes the question before you answer. It's okay.
I know I'm worried. Forgive me. Transpiring. Your husband's there. You're on the phone with 911. You're waiting for people to show up. Does your neighbor from 6209 ever come out?
Yeah, he's come out. I asked if he could help my husband, and he didn't help.
Okay. But he was there.
Yes.
And did he seem to be responding to the sounds that were happening outside the house too? I know you don't know what's in his head, but I mean, was it all basically around that same time?
Yes, it was all the when my husband was down on the ground with Kay.
This is all before deputies have arrived, before fire trucks or ambulances.
Yes.
He's already come outside.
Yes.
Did a deputy eventually arrive and take over, providing aid to Ms. Baker in place of your husband?
Yes.
And I want to ask you, does your home have cameras?
We have cameras, but you have to activate them via your app.
Okay, and so you have some sort of app on your phone or whatever that you can tell the camera to start recording now.
Yes.
But if you don't physically go on the phone and hit the app and tell it to start recording now, as a general rule, it's not recording?
It's not going to record.
Okay. Your Honor, if I can approach?
You may.
Ms. Figgin marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this?
It's a disc.
And does this disc contain a copy of the 911 call you made on the early morning hours of Saturday, May 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And how do you know this is the same disc that has it?
It has my initials and today's date on it.
So you listened to this earlier and verified this is the correct audio?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence State's Exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Stage 2 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Saturday, May 8, 2022, 0:28 and 17 seconds.
911 police, fire, medical.
I need emergency, please.
What?
Ambulance.
Stay on the line.
Yes, there's someone.
Stay on the line, ma'am.
I think it's right in front of the house. My husband just went out there.
County Fire Rescue, what's the address of your emergency?
It's 6211 Kite Ridge Drive. Or next door. I'm trying to get out with my door, but my dog is trying to stop me. Someone is hurt.
need your telephone number in case we get disconnected.
912-341-3055. They have
What happened?
lacerate cuts.
Okay, who's cut?
Next door, who is this? It's a teenager.
Okay, male or female?
It's a girl or a boy. I think it's a girl. They have a major cut to their neck.
Do you know what happened?
I don't know. My husband heard someone screaming, and then we came outside. They're stuck. Get out! Don't come out this door. They're struggling. I'm sorry. My children are trying to get out of the house.
Sheriff, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Are you en route?
We are now.
Ma'am, do you know if this person was assaulted?
I don't know. We just came outside. They have a major wound to their neck, and they're struggling to breathe.
Are you with them now?
Yes.
Okay.
We're
How old is she?
a teenager.
Okay. Are they awake?
I don't think they're even responsive at this point.
Is she breathing?
I don't see any breath. Yes, breathing.
Okay. She is breathing, you think?
Yes, but struggling. No. Who do you think it is?
They've been dispatched.
That's not Jocelyn. That's
okay.
Okay. Look, I need Sophia to come downstairs, and I need you girls to sit on this couch.
Ma'am, do you know
not
this
move,
person?
okay?
Ma'am.
Just sit on that couch. Do not move.
Ma'am.
What happened? Yes.
Do you know this person?
What?
Do you know who this
I don't know who this person is. My daughter thought it was the little girl next door, but it's not.
Ma'am, is the blood spurting or pouring out?
No, it's all over the ground.
Okay, but is it spurting out or pouring out of the person?
It may have already. I don't think this person has any more blood. It looks like a knife wound.
Okay. Okay, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. They'll know exactly what to do next.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. No, please. Is your back door locked? I don't know what happened.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Is the assailant still nearby?
We don't see anyone.
Okay.
We back up to Lithia Pinecrest. They could have yards and hopped the fence.
Okay.
Please, is someone hurting you?
Yes. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure you do it right.
I don't have anything. I don't think
Get it clean, right?
anymore. I don't see them breathing. I don't think they're with us.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Get a dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it.
Do we have a cloth or anything? They want. Get a towel. Get a towel and make sure the girls are in the living room. Open that window so we can hear.
I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
Okay, my husband's getting a towel.
Okay. Are you right by her now?
I'm like 10 feet away. I don't know if there's someone in the alleyway or behind the house, so I'm afraid.
If you're comfortable, lie her flat on her back and remove anything under her head.
They want us to turn her.
I want you to lie her flat on her back.
I'm afraid. Would you please come out with me? I don't know if someone's in the...
I need you to get that clean, dry cloth on her wound.
Turn her over and put a pressure on her wound.
Okay, we're gonna CPR now. I need you to place the heel of your hand on the breastbone, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep.
She's not breathing.
Ma'am, let's get some compressions going.
They want you to do some compressions.
Put your hand in the middle of her chest.
CPR.
Hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep.
They want you to turn her on her back.
Okay. Has he started CPR?
No, my husband's trying to turn her.
We need to start CPR. We need to start compressions if we can lay her flat on her back. The sheriff's en route. Ma'am?
Yes.
Have we started compressions yet?
Start compressions.
I need you to pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep.
It's 2 per second. Let the
chest.
Okay, no, my husband's doing it.
Okay. I want you to count out loud for me, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud with me.
Yes,
1, 2, 3,
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is someone hurrying?
Yes, ma'am, they've been dispatched. They're coming lights and sirens. I need you to continue compressions, and if somebody has...
Continuing.
Excellent.
No.
Can you please keep the towel also on the neck?
We are.
Okay, perfect. Are we continuing the compression?
Yes, my husband's
Very good,
doing it.
very good. I'm just putting some notes in right now for the paramedic.
Okay. How far are they coming from? We don't hear ambulance.
The sheriff is also coming, ma'am. Can we go ahead and count out now?
They want you to keep going.
Keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are we keeping up that same pace?
Yes, my husband's not stopping.
Excellent. Okay, we see this. Paramedics are on Lithia Pinecrest right now.
Okay, what part of Lithia Pinecrest? Because
they're approaching your neighborhood. Let's just keep compressions up. You're doing a good job.
okay, tell them to keep coming all the way down to the neighborhood.
They're coming, ma'am.
Just come to the end.
Okay. While he's continuing compressions, is there somebody that can wave them down?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Just
I'm
continue
sorry,
compressions.
we're outside along with our neighbors next door.
Perfect, perfect. Continue compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We still have that
Yes,
flag over the neck?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. And your husband still
Yes.
continuing compression?
And I'm in the middle of the street waiting for someone. There's no one.
Excellent. Excellent. They're turning on your street now. You should be seeing them shortly. You're doing good. Just concussion.
This is scary. We don't know who this person is.
I understand, but you're doing a great job helping. Are you hearing them?
No, I don't hear the fire or rescue. I don't hear anyone.
Okay.
This person, her feet are, she's barefooted and her feet are dirty.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to...
No, you're doing great. You're doing great. We just need to continue those
Discuss the
compressions.
scene. Okay. Keep continuing.
Is there a neighborhood gate
No, there's no gate in our neighborhood. It's just we're, depending on which way they turn, onto Falcon Ridge and then a left onto Kite, I don't know, it turned into the Kite Glen neighborhood. I think that, that part of the street's called, Kite Glen.
Okay, we're gonna relay that
Kite Ridge.
information.
I think that's Kite Ridge, and then you make another left and you come all the way down by the cows.
Okay, okay. We still have compressions going on?
No, my husband stopped. Oh, no, he's going.
Okay. Yeah, we need to continue those compressions.
My husband doesn't feel a pulse.
That's okay. If you keep doing the compressions, that's helping her.
He said if you keep doing it, it's helping because the oxygen's getting to her brain.
Yeah, yeah. Keep doing the compressions. That's helping her.
I don't see anyone coming in the neighborhood yet. Did they go the wrong way?
I don't believe so, ma'am. We just need you to keep up compressions now. They are dispatched. Is he still doing our compressions?
Yes.
Great, great. That's helping. We appreciate it. She's lucky to have you guys. Just keep it up.
Yeah, I hear the sirens now,
Oh, good.
but they're far in the distance.
Okay, just keep it up. Just keep it up. They're coming like the sirens, so they should be there. She's lucky to have you guys helping. Just keep it up.
But this is what kind of neighborhood we are. We will protect our own, but this is scary. We don't recognize her, and
I understand. You're doing a great job, though. You're doing great. Just continue the compression. Hanging in there? Is he still keeping the compression?
he is.
Great, great. Are you hearing anybody?
It's very far into the distance.
Okay.
Where are they coming from? I thought we had a fire department down the street.
They're coming, ma'am. They're coming. They just got off the phone. The sheriff's going to be there any minute.
I hear them, now it sounds like they're closer to the neighborhood.
Good, good. Just keep the compressions up. That's really helping. How's he doing? Is he hanging in there?
He is. My husband works out. This is,
Oh, good,
he
good.
had to stretch for a minute, but
It's really helping. If you could just keep it up.
they stopped. Why did the ambulance stop? Why isn't it making noise?
Is the sheriff there yet?
No one's here yet. I think they're trying to find the neighborhood.
We're pulling in.
If you don't know where it is, it's kind of hidden.
We're on Falcon Ridge, so we're pulling in.
Sounds like the sheriff is very close.
Okay, it's the first left when you pull into Falcon Ridge, and then make another left, and we're all the way down at the end.
Okay. Tell your husband
We
he's
see
doing a
the
great job.
my husband's going. We see the lights.
Great, great. That's the deputy. He's pulling out now.
Oh my God.
Tell your husband.
I just want to ask you, because it comes a little surprising when you say it. You say we're down by the cows?
There's a, we're in a cul-de-sac, but beyond our cul-de-sac is a farm, and they had up until recently probably 50 cows. We call it the cow-de-sac because we see the cows.
Gotcha. Thank you, ma'am. Best of luck.
Examination.
Good morning, Ms. Biggins.
Good morning.
You actually are heard on the 911 call going out to the street to try to flag down or find the deputies, right?
Yes.
And that's because the street was really dark, right?
Yes.
And
We have lights.
but the street was dark enough that you felt like you need to be out there to try to flag them down, right?
Yes, so they could come to the right house.
Okay. And then behind the house, of course, is dark as well, right?
Yes.
And that wooded area certainly is dark, right?
Yes.
And then behind that small wooded area, I know we keep calling it woods, but it's just sort of a wooded patch. There's Lithia pine crest,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And in addition to that, we hear you on the 911 very upset about the situation, of course, right?
I was very scared, yes.
How long do you recall prior to your husband actually alerted you to the thud that he heard? Do you recall hearing anything at all prior to your husband telling you he heard the thud?
No, I was in our master bedroom, and it's off of the living room.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything at all prior
No.
to that? And of course, we could hear how long it took on the 911 call. It took about 15 minutes for the deputies to respond,
Yes.
right? Long time, a lot of things that could happen during those 15 minutes, right?
Right.
Now, you indicated, and you kind of stopped short when you said Douglas Hicks, your neighbor, didn't help. Why did
He said he was drinking. He just threw his hands up. He's like, I don't want to help.
Okay. And did he make a comment to you about being too drunk to assist?
I do remember him saying something in those lines.
Now, you indicated as well that, and you explained it at the end, that we're down by the cows because there's this really big field sort of at the end of the sack just after you go over the little river there, right?
I wouldn't call it a river. I'm not really sure what a culvert is, but it's not a very big body of water. You could probably walk through it.
Great, that's exactly my point. Someone could walk through that cow field, through that little water area right into your neighborhood as well, right?
Yes, but there's barbed wire around the cows and a small fence.
Well, that fence actually is way far down, right? Isn't there a big field right after the water, right before you get to Lithia Pinecrest?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Sure. When you get to the end of your cul-de-sac, that little bit of water you could walk through?
Yes.
Then there's a big open part of the field before you ever get anywhere near the fence, right?
No, it's not very big at all. There's maybe from the other side of the water, from the water on our side, there's maybe 10 to 15 feet across the water, and then there's only about 12 feet from the water to the fence.
Okay, and in those 12 feet, that area, really just walk through to Lithia Pinecrest as well, right?
For Lithia Pinecrest, you would have to run on a trail. There's a little trail behind our houses, and then it circles back alongside Lithia Pinecrest.
Perfect.
But there's a large body of water between, unless you run alongside the houses or walk alongside the houses and circle around, there's a body of water between Lithia Pinecrest and the field by the cow, behind our neighborhood.
And that's further down, right?
Yes.
And let's talk about that running trail that you mentioned, because that's where I was going. There's actually large, we'll use your term, running trail.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you. She can be released.
Released and released by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Last state, please.
Douglas Hicks.
Douglas Hicks. You'll come forward to where the deputy is indicating, and if you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Thank you, sir. You may proceed, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. If you would, please state your full name for the record.
My name is Douglas Charles Hicks.
All right, Mr. Hicks, you are a little soft-spoken, so either get a little closer to the microphone or talk a little louder. Either one is fine by me.
You
Okay.
can move it up some if you need to. The microphone is fully adjustable, yep.
All right. Mr. Hicks, do you reside at 6209 Kite Ridge Drive in Lithia, Florida?
Yes.
And is that here in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
I want to ask you who lives with you at your home in 6209?
My wife, Christine Hicks, my two sons, Alden Walker, and my daughter, Jocelyn.
Can you tell me the age of them?
Yes. 21 was Alden, 18 was Walker, and Jocelyn is 11.
All right. So you got 21 to 11, basically, 3 kids?
Correct.
I want to talk with you about the really early morning hours, just after midnight, on Saturday, May 28th, approaching about 12:30 in the morning. Do you remember what you were doing at that point?
Yes, actually, my son, Alden, and I were playing video games in the living room.
And what kind of video games do you play?
Mainly hockey.
And so you're playing hockey video games, and do you have the sound turned on?
Yes.
And I want you to help me paint a picture for the jury so they can figure out where you are. So we have the fortune of having a TV. You have a TV in your home where you're playing video games, correct?
Correct.
So I was using the television, correct?
Yes.
To your back, what is to your back in the room where you're in?
That is the front window to the living room and our main couch.
So if you turn around from the TV, you're looking at the window that looks out onto Ruth Figgins.
Yes.
So you guys are in the living room, you're playing TV, you're playing video games on the TV, you got the sound turned on, and does something outside, some noise, get your attention?
Yes.
Now when you first hear it, what do you think that noise is? 6209 and the neighbor's home is 6211?
Correct.
Okay, so there's a window, and you hear a noise, and what do?
Immediately run upstairs to check on my other two kids.
All right, and is there a particular child you're checking on?
Jocelyn and Walker.
Right.
Both were upstairs.
The sound that you heard, as best as you can, describe to the jury what this sound is.
It sounded almost like somebody kind of crying or shortness of breath type situation.
And the voice that you could hear, even though it wasn't speaking, did you form any impression as to whether or not that was a male or a female voice?
It was a female, I believe.
Did you hear any sounds that indicated movement?
Not really. Just a little bit of maybe something passing.
Passing what?
The window type area.
All right, so you hear just a little bit of movement right outside that window area. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now, if I'm standing outside your home and I'm looking at the side of your home where the window is that generally the area where Mr. Figgins' fence starts?
Yeah.
So it's looking right in that area there where the fence starts and also before the fence where it starts. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you hear this female sounding voice, you hear some kind of movement, and you hear some kind of pained sound?
Correct.
And I think you also described like some sort of, do you mean like boo-hoo crying, or do you mean like crying, like yelling out?
Like kind of yelling out.
Okay. So you go check on your kids. I assume nothing was wrong with your kids.
No.
No, nothing was wrong?
Nothing was wrong.
Okay. And so what do?
So I immediately come downstairs and go to the front door.
And as you go to the front door and look out your front door, what, if anything, do you notice?
Actually, Alden was heading towards there, so I stopped him just to go outside to see what was going on.
Your 21-year-old son is going outside and you felt the need to stop him?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what do?
I go out front and go onto the patio and just look around, and I notice somebody laying down at the end of the patio.
What do you mean by laying down? Are they on your patio, like the actual concrete or wood of your patio?
No, just beyond our patio.
So in the grass on the side of the patio?
Correct.
What could you tell about this person?
That they weren't moving. They were just laying still.
All right. And could you tell anything about age, sex, race, anything at all?
No, it's kind of hard to. I didn't recognize who it was, or see any. Couldn't really tell.
Did you see anyone else in the immediate vicinity?
No, I did not.
Not even your neighbors?
No, Mr. Higgins was out there, and Mrs. Higgins was on the phone calling 911 in the street.
So there were people out there already.
Yeah.
And Mr. Figgins, where was he in relation to the person on the ground?
He was straight across the way from our patio to his.
So he's still standing on his porch or whatever?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did you ever see Mr. Figgins go over and start rendering aid to the person on the ground?
Yeah, he did.
Did she end up having to get rolled onto her back in order for aid to be given to her?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about her then?
I noticed just the longer hair. There was a lot of blood covering her.
Did you notice if there was any sort of indication of life from her? Was she breathing, talking, moving, anything at all?
I noticed just like one last type of little breath
All right, but
coming from her.
You heard a breath or saw a breath?
Heard a breath.
Okay. Mr. Figgins is there rendering aid. Do you go help?
No, actually, there's a railing around our patio, so he was already working on that.
Okay. I want to talk with you about your property, your home at 6209. Do you have a backyard fence?
No, I do not.
Is any portion of your backyard fenced in?
No, it is not.
So if I wanted to walk from the sidewalk in front of your home, I could just walk along the side and go into the backyard of your home?
Correct.
If I walked all the way to the end of your property on the back side, what, if anything, is there dividing your property from public property?
There's a lot of brush and some trees, big trees in the back.
And then if I pass through those trees, is there anything else on the other side?
Yeah, that's where the road Lithia Pinecrest actually is.
But there along Lithia Pinecrest, in that particular stretch of road, is there businesses or anything there along the road?
No.
On this particular evening, did your home have any sort of external facing cameras?
Yes. We have a ring that faces outward from our front door.
All right, and for anyone who doesn't know, is that like one of those things that's like it's a doorbell and a camera?
Correct.
Does that camera record?
It does.
Do you have to tell it to record?
No.
All right. Was it working that night?
No, it was not.
Why not?
The battery had actually ran out and we needed to recharge it.
So is it fair to say that your Ring doorbell camera did not record anything that would have happened moving in front of your home?
Correct. Did not.
Did you stick around until law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
And did you end up talking with them?
I did.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Boss?
Good morning, Mr. Hicks.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. I know you described a moment ago that you heard some sort of crying or yelling out. Do you remember previously saying that the only thing you heard was gasping or gurgling?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like kind of a combination.
Okay, so it wasn't crying like somebody loudly sobbing or yelling out like somebody screaming. You heard gasping and gurgling, right?
Right.
Okay, all right. Could I just have a moment?
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Your Honor, and he can be released.
Released by the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is 12:15. Is that correct? All right, it's almost 12:15. I'm going to go ahead and give you your lunch break. I'm going to instruct you not to do any research related to this case, also not to discuss anything about this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. I'm going to give you an hour and 15 minutes, so we will come back at 1:30 and pick up where we left off. All rise for the jury.